Game shot and the match, and the MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Wow. Wow. Reece Robinson wasn't intended target, but it doesn't affect too much. And that is an ace finish to celebrate the occasion.
Keep it straight, and he's going to get a dart of double five. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
What a way to win the match for Johnny Barnes, the man who's here on debut. 18.
Game shot the
Beautiful. Well, a fortnight ago, Scott Taylor won the last series on this very stage, picking up £20,000 and adding his name to the roll of honour. And week one of Series 7 is underway. We have our 6 finalists, and Matthew Edgar is alongside me, has been all week, and it has been a fantastic start to the series, hasn't it?
It has, and it's been a dominant start for half the field as well. Every single one of the groups has had sort of a runaway leader, but that can't be the case tonight. This is where it all comes to a head, and we're going to get our one winner going through to Champions Week.
Yep, let's show you the groups for this evening. These are the 6 players in action and the groups they'll be in. Nathan Girvan, Jamie Kelling and Shane McGuirk in Group 1, Adrian Gray, Johnny Barnes and Reece Robinson in Group 2. Now this will be a short round robin, everybody playing each other once, 2 points for the winner. The winners and runners-up go through, so only one player dropping out, as always. And, as always, the potential for a bit of drama as well, because we could have a 9-dart shootout on the stage.
We haven't had one for a long time either, have we? And, you know, I like that. I like the drama. I like seeing the players under the pressure. Maybe we get it this week. If we look at like the way in which people have qualified for this in terms of the dominant performances in those groups, it's got to come to a head, and they're all going to really fancy this tonight. So with that, maybe this is the sort of night that's just brewing one of those 9-dart shootouts.
He knows how this works, doesn't he? We are going to look at exactly how the players have qualified. We'll start by doing that with Group A right now. And that was played Monday to Wednesday. Shane McGuirk, well, he dominated, didn't he? Look at that, 10 points clear of the field and only lost 1 match in that campaign.
Nearly pulled off the record as well, didn't he, Shane McGuirk? No one's gone through the 30. He now adds his name to a list of 3 other players that have got the 28 points. And that's a record that I think now that that's starting to get out there a little bit. We saw David Evans recently get it, and we know what David Evans is like. He loves his social media. And now Shane McGuirk out there, those slides are out there. This is going to be something now that the players are going to start eyeing up. When they're in that Group A, they're going to go, I want to be the first player to get the 30 points.
Yeah, he got a nice little bonus for winning Group A, but he has had a couple of days off, and we have seen a few players come a cropper having that rest and coming to finals night and not performing. What advice would you have given to Shane McGuirk to make sure that doesn't happen to him?
Just stay going. Don't just take the foot completely off the gas and have it as a couple of days off as such. Even if you're just staying engaged, the habit here is that you can just sort of get stuck in the hotel room. You just stay in there, just sort of almost counting down the hours, the moments, the minutes, the days until you come back and play again. And then when you come here, you've built it up in your mind. So just stay active, even if it is just finding things to do, going around, checking out the area, keeping sort of the brain engaged, because otherwise you're just going to forward project. I've been in that position before. I stayed in the hotel room the whole time, just playing Football Manager, went out for me food. Then when it came to the day, it was like so built up inside that it all went wrong.
Yeah, I'd definitely be doing the same as Matthew Edgar. Let's hope Shane McGuirk hasn't. Look, in that group, Johnny Barnes and Nathan Girvan, 2 players worthy of note. Girvan was a late replacement for Tony O'Shea, who pulled out, has performed really well all week, and Johnny Barnes has been the unearthing of a diamond here, hasn't he?
I've absolutely loved watching Johnny Barnes. And for Johnny Barnes, whatever happens tonight is kind of irrelevant. If he goes on to win it, it's another story and it's another development. But even if he comes up here and loses 4-0, 4-0, what a week it's been for him. It's been a real good sort of breakthrough. He's a name now that we're going to remember, not just because of the good darts he's played, but all the stories that have come through from Johnny Barnes. He's 55 years old and been playing really competitively for 2 years. He's thrown darts, of course, or played local league and things, but other sports always took his interest, and maybe now he's going to be a little bit inspired by this.
Yeah, and both of those players ended up qualifying through Group B, but that group was bossed by Reece Robinson. He, just like Shane McGuirk, although it'll be a shorter group, only lost one match. Although he said to me last night he felt a little bit deflated by his performances.
You had to console him, didn't you, at the end? And I've already seen him already tonight, and already tonight he's still talking about it as if it was a bad thing. Reece, you've just won a group. You've lost one game in doing so. We had that bull finish. He had some good stuff in there. He played some good darts, but he just expects a lot of himself, and he didn't hit that standard of which he expects. He'll be expecting before he even came here. And we could pick up on that in that interview we had when he said that this was almost like qualification week for Champions Week. You almost dismiss this, but now maybe he's drawn himself back into the actual playing side of it, and that's where he could get drawn into a battle.
Yeah, you mentioned that flamboyant finish that he produced. Now, this is typical Reece Robinson, isn't it? He was going to go for 3 tops on 120. First dart goes below. He decides, I know what I'll do. Bull. That is just him all over.
It is, and we didn't see too much of that this week, and he was sort of playing it down a little bit. I sort of called him up on it in the interview we had, where he's come here with a completely different attitude to the one we've had in the past, and maybe that's just where he's lacking that sort of extra 10% or so, that's sort of not giving him those big flamboyant performances, those big averages, and sort of just bossing the groups. Even though he feels like he's not, and because of that, maybe a little bit more vulnerable than we would suggest.
Yeah, as mentioned, Johnny Barnes and Nathan Girvan going through. Just a quick word for the two that didn't, Richard North and Bhav Patel. North just really struggled. Bhav Patel on debut had a really bad first night, but much better yesterday.
Bhav Patel, absolutely. He's on a journey. He's on sort of a long-term destination. We don't know where that's going to go. For Richard North, it's the opposite side. Richard North's been at the top. He's been in the top 32 in the world, and it was a really hard watch last night. For someone who's known Richard North probably about 10 years now, has seen him sort of climbing through the rankings in the PDC, knew how good he was when he was sort of a seeded player, the number 1 player going into the World Championships on the Pro Tour Order of Merit side. And then to see him struggling the way he did, I hope he can find a way to put it right, but he seems to be on a slippery slope at the moment.
Well, every single group this week has featured a player going into the final day having not lost a match, and that happened in Group C as well. Adrian Gray finishing top of the table. Did lose a couple of games on Friday. Jamie Kelling getting that second place, 4 points clear of Adam Mole, but that doesn't tell the full story, does it?
No, it all came down to one match. The last game, Jamie Kelling, Adam Mould, where if Adam Mould would have won that, he would have leapfrogged Jamie Kelling, and Adam Mould would be here tonight instead of Kelling. Statistically, Jamie Kelling, the right player in the group, the right player to come through that, but Adrian Gray, top of the table, exactly the same story. Dominant in results, but when he talks about his performance, he talks it down. He doesn't feel he played well. When we look at the statistics, he was on an 82 average. That means he's dropped below the 83. So he was just needing that extra visit to the board in regards to what we'd expect from him, in regards to his seasonal stats and what he expects. And maybe he just sees that at the moment. So just feels a little bit vulnerable despite the fact that he's getting those wins.
Last time he was here as well, Adrian Gray, he made the semi-finals and did say he felt that maybe there is a little bit of a score to settle, a point to prove.
I think he'll be good tonight. I think he's going to step it up tonight. It's hard when you're playing in those groups, when it's sort of a closed-door environment. You're sort of in here just with you, the players, the referee, doing a cycle of fixtures. Tonight, it's short-format darts in terms of the amount of games he's got to play. It's pretty much knockout darts. There's a bit of an audience in here tonight that will be able to feed off. I think he's going to really step it up and put a good sort of 6 points on those averages tonight.
Kelling was probably the classiest player in the group. I mean, the points tally might not point towards that, but he had a really high ceiling, didn't he, compared to everybody else?
Well, compared to everybody else, Jamie Kelling has played 2 days of darts. Some people have played 3, some have played 5, and Jamie Kelling's the second biggest 180 hitter of the week so far. 19 180s he hit in that group. So that is something that is really going to worry people, because you're never really out of a leg when you've got that sort of 180 scoring power. It reminds me very much of a player like Dave Chisnell, who every time you just thought you was getting on top of him, he'd hit a 180, and that is pressure.
Yep, certainly is. Right, let's dig into some of the stats then for the night's 6 finalists. Here is how they compare. Shane McGuirk, the better average of the week. But as you just alluded to there, Jamie Kelling, he's actually got the second highest average as well. But there's not a massive range, really, is there, considering the format that we play. And it looks like it's open to anybody tonight.
Well, what those stats tell us is over the week, the players in the top 4 positions down to Nathan Girvan, they've been in that 6-visit bracket, whereas Adrian Gray and Johnny Barnes need to find something tonight, or they could just get left behind. And then it's sort of the scoring phase where they might lack that, and then what that means is they're going to have to take out a 130 or a 140 just to stay competitive.
And Nathan Girvan, their 63.64 checkout success rate. That's why he's in the finals. That's why he could be dangerous.
Absolutely. Amazing stats. When we look at the finishing percentages of the top players in the world, they're normally around the sort of 40% over a 12-year period. The very, very elite go up to like 41, 42. So that is absolutely elite, world-class, like out of this world sort of finishing, but it's a different pressure tonight.
Right, let's look ahead to tonight then with the fixtures for this evening. And they'll be played alternately between the two groups. So the first match, Shane McGuirk against Jamie Kelling, will be followed by the first match in Group 2, Rhys Robinson against Johnny Barnes. We had a look at those groups. It doesn't really matter which group you're in tonight. It just looks like a really evenly matched, unpredictable finals night, doesn't it?
Well, I'm looking around for a favourite. There's always the man to beat or the couple of people to beat. I don't know who that is. And with that, that's why the groups are so evenly split, because there's not one group where you go, I want to avoid him. Remember when we had people here like Luke Littler, for example, when he was in, whatever group he was in, you knew that was a tougher group because you had the favourite in. So it was sort of a two-way shootout for second place. We don't have that. And that's what's going to make tonight really interesting, because it's got that anyone can beat anyone factor. Yes, we've got Adrian Gray and Johnny Barnes statistically not on par with the rest of the field, but we know they can, and they've proven it on many occasions.
Right, let's see how the bookies are separating the players then tonight. Here are the odds for the winner of this evening. They have gone with the Group A winner, Shane McGuirk, a slight fancy over Rhys Robinson. Pick us some value, Matt.
I think those odds just completely confirm everything we've been saying, that there isn't really a favourite here tonight. I think if you're looking at value, you've got to look at Nathan Girvan at 5-1. He could be a value play. I think when you look at those finishing percentages, when you look at the fact he's had the best average of the week, that 113, he will feed off the emotion tonight. He plays with emotion and adrenaline. Nathan Girvan struggles game 9 at 1 o'clock in the morning when he's already qualified. That's when Nathan Girvan's really going to struggle, and that's what we saw last night as well. Tonight, when he's had all day to build for this, he'd been getting ready, he'd been prepping, he'll be absolutely up for this. Maybe 5-1's a little bit of value there.
I know you're not someone who ever likes to be wrong, so do you dare put your neck on the line and say who you really think will be lifting the trophy at the end of the evening?
I'll stick with that then. I'll stick with the value of Girvan. I mean, I've called all 3 groups so far. I don't know if you've mentioned that, or I might have mentioned it at some point this week. But I'll go with Girvan. Girvan to take the win.
Right, let's get the evening's action underway then with the first match of the night. Jamie Kelling is going to take on Shane McGuirk in the opener, and Henry Deacon caught up with both players.
Jamie, into tonight's final, but boy, was it hard work in the end.
Yeah, made it hard work, but I made it in my own hands, and I said that to Chris yesterday. I was happy with the day, happy to get through, and today's a new day. Let's see what happens.
We knew the task that was ahead of yourself yesterday. You achieved that objective. Overall performance-wise, how would you say the last couple of days have been?
When I was good, I was really good. On Thursday, when I was bad, I was losing games, but yesterday I was managed to pick up the wins, especially in like the last leg deciders. I was really impressed of how I held my nerve, especially in the last game against Adam. That was a good win. But yeah, happy to be here.
Back on a Saturday night, this is becoming familiar territory for yourself. We've seen you win a week here before. We've seen you get close to winning other weeks. You must feel like when you come here to the Super Series that any time you come here, you feel a genuine threat for the title.
Yeah, I feel like I'm an established name now in the Super Series, whereas before probably had a bit of inferior complex, and because I haven't played on TV before and no one really knew who I was. But yeah, I feel like people know who I am now, know what I can do, and it's just a case of doing it on that stage. Did
you almost feel like at times the only person that didn't believe in Jamie Kelling was Jamie Kelling?
You're not the first person to say that, but yeah, 100%. And now I think since having a child, darts is like not number one priority anymore, and I can just relax and play.
How much would Jamie Kelling, 2-time weekly champion, sound?
That sounds fantastic, doesn't it? No, just got to go and do the business.
Well, I look forward to watch you play. Jamie, all the very best.
Thank you.
Shane, a fairly whirlwind Group A campaign for yourself. Could you have expected it to have gone as well as it did?
No, definitely not. As I said before, I came into Group A expecting on day one maybe to win 3 games, because sometimes I come in here a bit nervy, straight away, but kind of settled straight away, and that kind of helped me, and then luckily enough I won all 5.
What do you think clicked for you straight away?
I think it was I just settled. I think that's just settling for me was very big. I think that I wasn't nervous really at all coming in, and I just played my game as I know I can. Like I can play better, I can play worse, but I just played steady all day.
You built up as the group went along. Obviously, you've now had a couple of days off. Will it feel like you're going to have to start again tonight?
Yeah, like every time you play is a different competition. Like if I was to go into Group B or C, it's a fresh start. Same as tonight. Tonight is a fresh start. I'm glad of the couple of days off. Just got to relax, and I wasn't throwing all week, so now it's just fresh start again, and hopefully it clicks.
We've seen you make a final before. We've seen you make a couple of semi-finals before. Do you feel like now's the right time to finally cross that winning line for you?
Yeah, I hope so. Everyone does, but the field of players that we have tonight is it's incredible. Like there's a lot of boys that's winning most of the games in their groups in the opening night, including myself in the A, and then you had Reece in B, and then Reece in B and Adrian in C. So it kind of, I don't know, everyone's kind of on form, and you can see. So hopefully it just goes my way, and hopefully the doubles go in.
We wish you all the very best, Shane. Good luck.
No problem.
Huge moments in this tie. 130 from McGuirk. Keep it straight, and he's going to get a dart of double five. Brilliant.
John the
Absolutely brilliant from McGuirk, and he's dropped his poker face as well.
It wasn't the intended target, but there was no damage done.
Shane McGuirk.
The repeater is on. It's double five again, and Shane McGuirk has
Shane
produced
McGuirk.
Yeah, Shane McGuirk was dominant in his Group A campaign, losing just one match as he arrowed his way through to finals night here at the Super Series. He takes on a former weekly winner in Jamie Kelling from not far away from Portsmouth in Andover. He'll have a few fans in the audience and maybe a couple in the commentary box as well, because guiding you through this evening's action, it's Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Very good evening, everybody. And so the hurly-burly goes around again. The first place through to Champions Week in Series 7 will be sealed tonight. The first invitation through to the red carpet occasion will be delivered at around about 10:30 this evening. Shane McGuirk went berserk as far as Group A was concerned. He won 14 from 15 and came oh so close to that 15th win as well. He takes on Jamie Kelling, who has become a part of the household furniture here.
Shane to throw
Already
first.
a weekly winner.
Game on.
He is hoping to repeat the feat. Matthew Edgar alongside me for the evening's action. It feels like a night which is open for anybody to win.
97.
It's sort of been the narrative all week, really, and we're going to get to see it unfold. Someone's got to win it. But when you mention about Jamie Kelling being household furniture,
97.
you'll be hoping it's not the bin.
Well, Shane McGuirk went off the 5-2 favourite to win the evening with the odds compilers. Jamie Kelling 5-1. And those odds not really a change from the beginning of the week. McGuirk actually the biggest mover of anybody amongst the favourites. He was 6-1 at the start of the week to go on and claim the title.
44.
Now moved into that 5-2 position. And when you look at the numbers from Group A, he was kind of head and shoulders apart from what anybody else put in.
It was a really solid performance.
76.
You say head and shoulders above. He nearly broke the record, and we've been talking about records a lot this week because all these groups have been sort of dominated by one player. We've
100.
spoken about Reece Robinson potentially being the first player to go through a day without losing a single leg. Shane McGuirk nearly went through Group A without losing a single game. It's been that sort of week where it's all been about one player, but
59.
the issue the players have got is all those roads have led to the same stage on the same night.
If I'm Shane McGuirk's fan club, cover your ears right now, because
100.
in the past, anybody who's picked up 28 points in a Group A have failed to go on and win the week. This is the fourth time that this happened. In the previous 3 occasions, Series 1 Week 4, Jim McKeown went out in the
59.
group.
Jamie
Series 5 Week 8,
160.
Spellman semi-final. Series 6 Week 12, David Evans only got through to the semi-finals. He lost out to the man who picked up the jackpot last time out in Scott
26.
Taylor.
Shane requires 151.
McGuirk has history against him, but can he kick off with a perfect start? Treble 17 there would have left in top, so 1-5-1 finish. So Kelling has an opportunity here at 1-3-4 to break the throw right from the get-go.
119. Jamie requires
Next best prize, leaving a
134.
double. And he is going to get a go at it to take the opening leg.
58.
It's been a
Shane
passive
requires
start to this
32.
match. Two eights. We'll see the opening leg in
Game shown the
McGuirk's
first
leisure. He
leg.
won't care about
Shane
the
McGuirk.
passiveness of that opening exchange. He takes the opening leg. He holds throw. He leads 1-0.
Second leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
There are people that will care about how it's done. We've heard from Adrian Gray this week. We've heard from Reece Robinson this week. Nathan Girvan, who just want it done in the most flashy way with the big averages in every single game. McGuirk just want wins. Because at the end of the
60.
day, wins are what make points. You know what points make?
They make prizes, and they want the big prize tonight. The trophy and the
55.
place in Champions Week in the latter half of May.
Let's not forget the biggest Champions Week ever in Super Series
57.
history since the increase of prize money up to £25,000, making it one of the richest prizes to win in the sport.
135.
Well, a lucrative event needs a lucrative prize, and Series 7 of the Super Series has exactly that. This game just beginning to bring up to the boil.
140.
Kelling with a
Jamie
much
requires
improved second leg has
131.
6 on 1-3-1 to square the score up.
38.
But a miss of the big number means that he's coming back needing 93. It's going to be a much harder task than he should have and would have hoped.
85. Jamie requires
But we'll get away with it.
93.
He's still got 6. This has a feel of a game which is
53.
littered with early stage nerves.
The first game is on the Saturday until you get a couple of legs on the board, because especially for people like McGuirk and Kelling, who's been here before, you lose heavy in that first
119.
game and
Jamie
it
requires
makes it
40.
mission impossible.
Game shown the second
Kelly
leg.
squares up,
Jamie
1-1.
Kelly.
Nothing to split the pair thus far.
Third leg, Shane to throw first. Game on.
What kind of pressure do you think it adds, the fact that the last couple of days all people have been doing is talking
43.
about how good Shane McGuirk has been in Group A and how much of a target can that potentially put on your back if you are listening to all that rumour mill?
He
59.
shouldn't. That's the thing I would advise anybody who comes here to the Super Series. He shouldn't, because essentially the only way he knows about what people are talking about is if he watches back the broadcast, and
54.
essentially the broadcast isn't for you as a player, it's for the viewer. So you need to remember what you're here for and stay in that player's bubble. But
140.
you see it all the time. People get back to the hotel rooms, they watch all the games back, and it just sort of takes you out of where you need to be.
140.
Very interesting quirk between Jamie Kelling and Adrian Gray, the two players who made it through
43.
Group C on Thursday and Friday respectively. Their doubling hits and percentage were exactly identical. Both
58.
winning 34 legs, and winning those 34 legs from 107 attempts at a double, 31.78% the pair when it came to the doubling.
85.
Which is interesting, consider it was a group that many said that Adrian Gray completely ran away with.
Another player who was
100.
at one point talking about record breaking or record matching, because Richard North has gone through the entire card on a Group C campaign. The only player to do so.
134.
That's a great
Shane
setup
requires
shot there from
106.
Jamie Kelling. Really pressurises the shot here on Shane McGuirk,
who will not get a dart at the double. So an opportunity now for
43.
Jamie Kelling to step
Jamie
in and break the
requires
throw
40.
of Shane McGuirk.
Big dart in this match.
30.
Is that a big miss from Kelling? Is
Shane
that a big
requires
opportunity
63.
missed?
Oh, it's a massive miss. And it'll be one that he will remember with no fond memories of if Shane McGuirk hits tops.
43. Jamie requires 10.
Not an area of the board anyone specifically enjoys being in.
Game's on the third
Unless
leg.
it's
Jamie
7:55 p.m. on a Saturday night and your name is Jamie Kelling. In that sense, you're going to love double five.
Fourth leg, Jamie to throw first.
It was
Game on.
interesting in his interview before the action got underway this evening. He was talking about how yesterday he had to dig in. He had to dig deep. The performances were not of a level
59.
that he was overly happy with, but he could draw something from the fact that he was able to carve results out. It feels like he's going to have to do the same in this game.
4 laps of fixtures in, he'd won 1 match.
83.
And if you remember, I always give you that rule of 3. That was his 3 gone. He had to win the last 6 games. The last game on Thursday and then come back and go through the card, and he did.
85.
So this goes to show, don't play it as a continue. Play it as just have that goal, 14 points, don't matter where they come. Just ignore the league table until that point. Really good day from
140.
Jamie Kelling to pick up all the victories.
What did you make of his comments in his pre-match interview? He said that at times he's had an inferior
100.
complex when he's come here and played.
I know that. I've spoke to him before. He said after he came here, after winning a week, he came back and goes, I want to do it to prove to people that it wasn't a
98.
fluke. And it's like, well, who's telling you it's a fluke? And he's like, well, no one specifically. It's just those demons, the devil on the shoulder.
140.
You sort of feel what people may be saying and you sort of just make up the narrative.
Well, the narrative here is he could potentially be
60.
3 darts away from
Jamie
opening up a
requires
2-leg gap and
117.
1 away from getting the better of the bookies' favourite to win the night. He's going to get a dart at tops. Finds tops.
James on the fourth
117 goes.
Jamie
Kelling's
Kelling.
3-1 to the good and a leg away of deposing the bookmakers' favourite to win the night. McGuirk's going to have to win the lot. The only
Fifth
good
leg,
thing in this
James
scenario
to
for the
throw
Irishman
first.
is he's going to
Game
have
on.
the throw in 2 of the 3 legs to stay in it.
He's a little bit off the pace
95.
in regards to what we saw from him in Group A when he did win those 14 matches. Average for the week so far for Shane McGuirk, 89.47,
100.
which is actually a couple of points above his 12-month stats. So, really did raise it here at the Super Series on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Didn't even need to bother with Thursday and Friday. He was that good. He got his direct pass.
He's sensing the finishing line now, is JK.
180.
His second max of the match, and he could well be 6 darts away from putting McGuirk away.
It was a real feature of his play
96.
during the week. Jamie Kelling, 19 180s he hit across his 2 days of play. That is nearly 2 180s per match, and that's where he is in this one. 2-0 up on the
100. Shane requires
180
170.
stats. The biggest finish we've seen so far this week, 164. We're not going to see it beaten on this occasion, but Kelling has just taken out a big E, a 117.
requires
If he can follow that with a 121, it'll be game over.
He's going to get a dart of the ball.
96.
And just grazes the 25.
Shane
And
requires
so McGuirk gets a
106.
reprieve, but you sense this 106 has to go.
Jamie Kelling
58.
walking around the stage like a man
Jamie
who's really
requires
enjoying
25.
himself, and you may be walking off with a big beaming smile.
Because he has 88 for the match. And a
Game
4-1
shot.
win,
And the
which
man,
puts him
Jamie
right in the
Kelling.
mix. And Shane McGuirk, the man who was the bookmaker's favourite to go on and win the night, is in a spotter bobber.
Jamie Kelling, a 4-1 victor against Shane McGuirk. He gets his campaign off to the perfect start. He knows that against Nathan Girvan, it's more a case of legs rather than wins that will see him through. As for McGuirk, well, he is going to have to get the better of Nathan Girvan in his next match. Coming up after the break, we're going to be watching the beginning of Group 2, and we're going to be watching the always enigmatic Reece Robinson in action when he takes on the man enjoying a dream debut here at the Super Series, Johnny Barnes.
Welcome back. Well, what a start here for Jamie Kelling, getting that 4-1 victory against Shane McGuirk, favourite before a dart was thrown tonight. That would have changed now, and the second favourite was Reece Robinson. Mr. Highlight Reel is about to get his campaign underway in Group 2. He takes on Johnny Barnes, and those who may not have been watching all week will be interested to find out his story. A latecomer to the game, only playing it for a couple of years, and he has made his way through to finals night as an ADC qualifier on his Super Series debut. He had a little chat with Henry Deacon earlier tonight.
Johnny Barnes, Saturday night finalist on your debut here at the Super Series. How much have you enjoyed your debut?
Been very good, yes. Been well looked after. The experience has been good for my darts, but also meeting other good darts players is a good thing, sort of upping your game against them. And yeah, it's been great.
For those who may not have seen too much of you in the past, just talk a little bit about yourself and a little bit about your background.
Yeah, well, darts-wise, sort of played pub darts for maybe 7 or 8 years in Darlington. Played for the Builders Arms Super League team. For the last 2 years, we won the Super League last year, which was great. Played an odd couple of games for the county, but that was sort of getting in the way of my golf, and so I'll give that up as a bad job. And yes, and then the vaults came along, and there's one in Darlington at the Navy Club, and basically from there I've just played a lot more really, and sort of improved a little bit.
And from there, you've got yourself here. What was your expectations coming into this week?
I didn't really have much in the way of expectation. I just thought I'm going to enjoy it, see if I can win a few games. And sort of, you know, see if I can pit my wits against some better players than I've been playing against. So, yeah.
You've definitely done that. You're into Saturday night.
Yeah.
Are you at the point now where you can dare to dream?
Yeah, I mean, it's a one-off thing now, isn't it? So you've got the little mini league and then the semis, so sort of it's do or die, really, and we'll just have to see how it goes tonight, so, yeah.
And I imagine the Darlow Massive watching back home.
I think there's a few at the cricket club going to go down, have a few beers and see how I get on. So it's obviously too far from to come down here, so we'll be cheering on from afar, hopefully.
Sounds like a good Saturday night, Johnny.
Too
All the
right.
very best.
Thank you. Cheers.
Reece, here we go again. Another Saturday night for yourself at the Super Series, and pretty dominant as far as Group B went.
Yeah, results-wise, did what I had to do, but performance, I wasn't too happy with it.
What do you feel like you have to improve upon then from the last couple of days going into tonight?
Scoring, finishing, everything in between.
So almost to a certain extent, it's a case of you having to almost start again, treating it as a fresh tournament.
Yeah, a little. That's what I've thought today. I'll come in and start. I won all the games I needed to, so I'm a little bit hard on myself. But yeah.
Is that a pressure you put on yourself because you know exactly what you can do when you get going?
Yeah, that's it. Especially when I come here, I just want to put on a show basically and win.
Well, we saw that at times yesterday. Ball, that was a little bit cheeky.
I blocked the tops, did I, with the first start? So I thought if I hit the treble, I won't even be able to get near it. But ball's the only option.
Well, we've seen you win a week here before. We've seen you come close to winning other weeks. Do you feel like the Super Series is becoming a bit of a home to yourself?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it every time I'm here.
And how much would winning a second week here mean to you? Would it almost back up the achievement of last time out?
Yeah, when you win one, you don't want to be known as just he's won a week before. You want to be a prolific week winner, if you know what I mean.
Have you got any more tricks up the sleeve tonight, or shall we wait to find out?
Yeah, I don't know until I step at the hockey what I'm going to do. So yeah, there'll be a few, I'm sure, in there.
Well, we look forward to watching you play, Reece. All the very best.
Cheers. Thank you.
Wow. Reece Robinson winning a match in style.
3 darts at the double. But it's 2 darts at the double for Reece Robinson.
The 18.
Getting shot on the
Greatness
first leg. Reece Robinson.
on show for the Super Series. Double top is the choice for Reece Robinson, who's
Getting
off
shot
the
on
mark.
First leg. Reece Robinson.
Yeah, Reece Robinson, Mr. Highlight Reel himself, a man who has enjoyed success on the Super Series on a Saturday night before, and he will entertain, no doubt about that. There he is, pulled off some marvellous stuff during the week, including a 20 bull checkout. It's not just our two-time champion, Luke Littler, who can do that. His opponent, Johnny Barnes, ADC qualifier, debutant, great cricketer in his day as well, but now hoping to have his darting day, and he will need to be in top form to get the better of this man who's beaten him twice when they met in Group B over the last couple of nights. Can the Darlington darter do it? Let's find out in the company of Henry and Matt.
Who needs Anton Deck to entertain you on a Saturday night when you've got Mr. Must-See on show? Reece Robinson, who, when he won his week, gave us probably an all-time great interview. He's given us some all-time great moments in this competition. It's not the first time he's gone a flashy way on a 120 finish. He's once gone tops on that particular top combination as well. There's your referee for the night. Aidy Mason made his debut at the World Seniors Championship just a few weeks ago. Reece Robinson gets us underway. And for Johnny Barnes, it's been an amazing story, hasn't it, from Dart 1 on day 1.
Whenever we get a new player here at the
100.
Super Series, I always make a point of having a good sort of 5 minutes with them, just to sort of get a vibe for it, get a feel for it. And from the moment
60.
I met Johnny Barnes when I arrived here in Portsmouth, I've really enjoyed watching him play. It's an amazing story that is sort of taking to darts in his later years. 55
100.
years old. We need to remember here Johnny Barnes, and very, very limited experience. He's always prioritised his other sports, his golf, his cricket. Was a batsman for Durham. He's played for the England over 50s. So many amazing stories. But he's got his hands full tonight.
81.
And regardless of what happens, though, for him tonight, even if he is to lose 4-0, 4-0, which I don't see happening, it's success
55.
just even being here on a Saturday night. And I think he's made enough of an impact that he's the sort of player that we may see again in the future.
I just wonder whether there's a point now with the ADC where you can almost have
60.
a week or a mini league full of ADC players. Well,
100.
we spoke about the
Reese
120 on the ball bull. Jared
160.
Cole has gone 60 ball bull on this in the past. Well, the finish is off now. Well, Robinson went in 2 to 5 on. The Barnes, or Johnny Barnes, the outsider at 7 to 4. I don't think he goes bull for this, does he?
No, absolutely not. This will be
Reese
sensible,
requires
conventional
100.
play here from Reese Robinson. It'll all be business tonight. You can have a bit of fun 9 games in when you've already won the group, but
Game
this
shot
is
the
all
first leg.
business, and it's a
Reese
great
Robinson.
start for Reese Robinson. He wants
Second
to
leg, Johnny
have
to throw
another
first.
opportunity.
Game on.
That Champions Week lineup. He wants that title more
63.
now than ever with the increased prize funds available for Champions Week. £25,000. Wait, 25% increase on the old £20,000.
Found it interesting you
45.
speaking with Chris on stage at the beginning of the night and you saying about Reece Robinson that he's almost dismissed this week. It's almost like qualification
15.
through. It feels like the goal isn't this week. The goal is Champions Week itself. He's almost looked that far in front of himself because he backs his ability that much.
It's a good place to be in. The danger of that is getting drawn back into the week, and
140.
you start doing that when you don't play your best starts. You start then looking around for, well, actually, I feel a bit vulnerable.
68.
Who could capitalise on this vulnerability? And you start worrying and looking around the room, and he's got to make sure he doesn't do that. Stick with what you came with, that confidence, that,
58.
dare I say, that aura of greatness that he believes circles him everywhere he goes.
But amidst that aura of greatness, has he severely
85.
underachieved in his career? Because if you look at his accomplishments so far, he burst onto the scene, made the last 32 of the UK Open in 2011. It then took him 10 years to win his Challenge Tour title after a spell on the main
24.
tour, and then, of course, winning a week here last year. For a player of his immense ability and talent, he should be winning more, shouldn't he?
85.
It's a very deep pool of talent in darts these days, and sometimes you just need the X factor, something a little bit different. And I don't mean you need Andy Bolton to go everywhere with
100.
you, although he will be here next week.
We'll be having some juicy wiggles next week.
28. Reece
Just losing the
requires
lie quite a bit here
134.
tonight, Johnny Barnes. Something that wasn't really following him round in the week. He was very consistent, very straight in his play.
24. Johnny requires
Maybe just that
157.
little hint of urgency.
44.
21 darts thrown here for Johnny
Reece
Barnes, and
requires 110.
still on a 3-figure score. You're not going to get away with that too often in this pool of players.
94.
This was a
Johnny
real
requires
strength of Johnny Barnes.
113.
Give him 3 darts. You didn't know if he was going to take it, but on these sort of low-ton combinations, he was
Game
popping them
shot
out
in
like
second
that. He
leg.
saves the leg
Johnny Barnes.
to the delight of a couple of people at the back of the room. Obviously, Johnny Barnes
Third
fans
leg, Reece
tonight.
to throw first. Game on.
Quite a way, isn't it, to come if you're in the Johnny Barnes fan club? Darlington to Portsmouth, what's that? You're probably better at geography than me. I'd say I'm going to guess 5.5 hours as you try and work it out without using any laptops or devices at all.
36.
What do you mean? Here's a useless
96.
fact about Darlington. It has one of the biggest disused stadiums in the whole of the UK.
81.
And actually, if you go the slightly longer way round, about 5.5 hours.
It's amazing what you can make up and think up, isn't it? As Robinson finds a max, they're enjoying their evening here at the Arrows. Yeah, they have a 25,000-seater stadium, which they don't use anymore because the original Darlington FC went out of business. They now play at the back of a Sainsbury's car park in the Conference North.
60.
Robinson leads himself on 106. Both the legs so far in this game have been won with ton plus checkouts. Robinson with a ton on the first leg, Barnes the 113 in the second. That trend's going to continue. Robinson's going to take out the 106, is he? Will he? Double 16.
74.
Grazes the wire. And even on the flights on the RR, there's a bit of a crown backing himself.
King Robbo.
137. Reese requires
Robbo in the
32.
lead.
Game shot the
No
third
drama
leg.
there from Reese
Reece
Robinson.
Robinson.
Nice clean finish, confidence building finish when you can just go up, do it clean, do it in one dart, no drama.
Fourth
Send a
leg,
message to
Johnny
the
to throw
opponent that
first.
you're
Game on.
fully in control of the situation. A little bit of head shaking there from
45.
Johnny Barnes, something we didn't see from him throughout the week. He was very in control of his emotions. We know he's played up to international level in other sports, and he talks about that quite a lot in regards to the transferable skills
140.
that he'd be able to take in. But visible signs of disappointment or frustration starting to creep into the sportsman now that is
85.
Johnny Barnes.
Not the only good cricketer we've seen here this week of the Super Series. Adam Mould is fairly good with a bat and ball in his hand. He played village cricket as Reece Robinson finds his second max of the match. He's beginning now to really motor away, bringing his average up
100.
from a low base up to in and around 89.
We've actually got one of the best cricket players in the world coming up later on in Adrian Gray. I mean, slightly
100.
different form of cricket, but still it's cricket. It's just with the arrows rather than the bat and ball.
It's just not cricket.
30. Reese requires 81.
Robinson here is threatening a 4-visit break. And you sense that he gets this. He's really putting
41.
daylight between himself and his opponent. Topped after 12. Barnes needs a couple of triples just to stay in amongst the mix.
45.
Another flyer
Reece
to the left. He's
requires
going
40.
left a lot here. Johnny Barnes really losing the lie on the 20s. Just hooking across, and Reece Robinson's got plenty of time here, but he
Game
doesn't
shot on the
need it.
fourth leg.
That is a
Reece
break of
Robinson.
throw now for Reece Robinson, and he's top firm control of this game as he just checks himself out on the
Fifth leg,
TV there.
Reece to throw
Just make
first.
sure his hair's all
Game
done,
on.
is all in place. Be getting ready for his photographs at the end of the night. That's probably what he's doing.
See, even Mr. Must see himself.
55.
As for Johnny Barnes, there is a huge contingent watching at various locations in Darlington,
26.
notably at the Navy Club, where he plays a Monday night ADC Vault competition. That was what gave him the confidence to go on and then play in the ADC Northwest region qualifiers. He won that.
100.
Actually, in the UK ADC rankings, because of his success in those competitions, he actually finds himself 20th in the order of merit. And in the Northeast, which
70.
is probably one of the most competitive regions in the UK, particularly in the ADC circuit, he finds himself placed 5th in their rankings.
60.
That happened for him so far tonight, and it needs to start happening very
85.
soon. And the first thing he's got to do is get these darts straight. Every visit, he's going into that 5. And it'll be something that you get concerned with. You're very, very well aware when you
100.
start losing the line on the 20s that there's just something a little bit off in that release.
60.
And Robinson now is in that luxurious position that every player wants. All the time in the world, where he'll feel like he's got all the time that he wants to complete the job.
60.
But a dry visit there, and a couple of trebles here for Johnny, could just change the complexion of the leg. Not them trebles, mind.
83. Reese requires 126.
6 starts if he needs them. Can go for the bullseye if he chooses. But business-like
94.
Reese Robinson. Nothing too fancy tonight. He just wants to get the job done. Get himself into the semi-finals.
137. Reese requires
Last
32.
night, he was flashy. Tonight, he is
Game
dashy
shot.
as he brushes
And
aside
match,
Johnny
Reese
Barnes in the space of 11 minutes. A 4-1 victory for Sugar, and it means that he puts himself in a great suit to make his way through to the semi-finals. For Johnny Barnes, he's going to have to get the better of Adrian Gray in a couple of games' time. That's the tail of the tape from that one. Robinson, a 4-1 victor. Coming up after the break, Jamie Kelling can seal his progression through to the semi-finals if he can get the better of the Scot, Nathan Girvan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've seen a couple of dominant wins so far. Jamie Kelling, maybe with a bit of surprise victory against Shane McGuirk, who was the favourite before a dart was thrown. And then before the break there, Reese Robinson also with a 4-1 victory. Kelling is back in action now, and because of that margin of victory in his first match, will only need a couple of legs to qualify, but he takes on a tenacious talent in the former World Youth finalist Nathan Girvan, who's in action for the first time tonight. Let's hear from him.
Nathan, it's been great to see you back here at the Super Series over the last few days. How do you reflect upon the week as a whole?
I think it's gone all right. I'm in Saturday, that's the main thing. A few games I'm happy with my performance, a couple of decent averages, the big one against Lisa, but overall I think just try and get a bit more consistent and not average 110 plus every game, but the ones that are high enough, the ones that aren't, just try and level out a bit and just find a bit of consistency, really.
Do you find a little bit more of that in Group B in comparison to Group A, did you feel?
I think, yeah, because, you know, you've played for the 3 days already, you know sort of where your game's at and how you're playing and how you're feeling. But, yeah, and obviously Thursday, Friday night, there's a better chance of getting through with a 3 out of 5 going through. That was the main goal, you know, finish top, second, third. As long as I got through, that was the main thing.
It's been a couple of series since we've seen you last. So where would you say your game is at the minute?
It's not where I want it to be 100%, but you know, it's getting there, and I'm confident enough. I always, you know, I don't go into every tournament thinking, oh, I'm definitely going to win this, but I believe in myself, and I'm always confident in what I can do, and if it comes out, it comes out.
Do you feel like tonight could be a night where you could really use it as a springboard going into the rest of 24, which could be really exciting for yourself?
Yeah, I think obviously you want to win. That's the main goal. But yeah, I think if you know whatever happens tonight, as long as I'm happy with the way I'm playing and my performances and how I'm feeling, and that's the main goal at the minute. You know, I'm not playing as much as what I was maybe a year and a bit ago, but yeah, there's still time yet.
There most certainly is, Nathan. Wish you all the very best. Good luck.
Thank you, Mick.
Beautiful. Double 16.
That's game short. And
This is quality from
Girvan.
Nathan Girvan.
Well, we saw him almost take out 145 in the previous leg. He missed double 14 then, but he hits it.
Nathan Girvan.
Bullseye.
Game shot on the first leg. Nathan Girvan.
Yeah, Nathan Girvan certainly does want to grab glory here at the MODUS Super Series, and he can book his own place in the semi-finals if he manages to dish out a real battering of Jamie Kelling in this one. A 4-0 win for Girvan would secure his semi-spot with a game to spare, but as mentioned, Jamie Kelling, after winning 4-1 in his first match, only needs a couple of legs. A 21-year-old Scotsman then, a World Youth finalist in 2 different codes of darts, looking for Super Series success. And guiding you through the action, it's back to Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. And so Kelling has qualification on the cusp of his hands. As for Nathan Girvan, first time we've seen him back at the Super Series for a little while, and he is straight back into the Saturday night affair.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Jamie to
21-year-old who's been with us very much since the inception, played in the very first series, but hasn't been with us since Series 3,
95.
where he made it all the way through to the semi-finals. Had led Luke Littler in that semi-final, 3-2 of a break, before
100.
the nuke then went into overdrive to go on and win 4-3, and the rest from there is pretty much history.
97.
Kelling knows he's in a decent position. He's already been up on that stage. He's played the opening game, a 4-1 victory over Shane McGuirk, and this is where we start to sort of look into
60.
little patterns of play, like, does it matter if you had a game on stage first? Certainly you've had a positive experience that Jamie Kelling has had. If you subscribe to that John
99.
Park school of thinking, you'd say that Jamie Kelling should be favourite in this one.
Well, Jamie Kelling is the favourite of the bookies at 8 to 11, but is even money on Nathan Girvan a decent shout potentially?
It could be. We know what he's capable of and the explosive level that he's got in the locker. We've seen that on display this week when he hit us the biggest average of the week, the 113.43. Did that in Tuesday's play.
39.
But
Jamie requires
it's a slow start for
70.
him here and a confident start from Jamie Kelling.
50.
Tots would have made it the perfect start, but he has got time on his side. Yeah, we're not really getting out and going in this first leg.
100. Jamie requires 20.
2 10s for Kelling,
Game's
and
on
that
the
double
first
10
leg.
puts him on the
Jamie
hill.
Kelling.
Of course, Jamie Kelling's already been up on the stage and got that 4-1 victory. The
Second
formula
leg, Nathan to throw
is
first. Game on.
points and the leg difference. if he wins one more leg, he's already got the 2 points on the board.
42.
He'll be unable to drop into a negative leg difference. So one more leg for Jamie Kelling, and he would be in the semi-final. And well, when you take a 1-0 lead, it gives you plenty
60.
of time, and he'll be more than happy at the moment to see this slow start from Girvan.
Do the damage before your opponent even wakes up.
86.
And for Kelling would mean that the final game of Group 1 would be an effective knockout between Girvan and McGuirk.
45.
I think that's probably what Shane McGuirk's hoping for. It'll be his best opportunity at the moment.
57.
Anytime you lose that opening game quite heavy. The same for Johnny Barnes. But Johnny Barnes is coming up next against Adrian Gray. So he'll have it in his own hands in a sense.
140.
And I can imagine as a player, it's just easier to deal with the fact that it is a straight knockout rather than worrying about the permutation of legs for or legs
56.
against.
Trying to work it out's a nightmare as it is, because you want to concentrate on your game and you're kind of looking more peripheral than sort of in the eye line.
140.
This is dominant here from Jamie Kelling. It's a one-way street at the moment.
In terms of his scoring power, he hasn't had a ton plus or 180, but he's had 3
48.
140 plus
Jamie
scores.
requires 116.
He's already had a 117 tonight. And he's not going to add a 116 to the collection, but like the previous leg, he's got all the time that he wants to complete the job. Nathan Girvan hasn't got going in this
42.
game whatsoever as of yet.
Not in the slightest.
100. Jamie requires 74.
He's going to get a dart at tops of 2-0. The dart that would have sent him
54.
through, but he
Nathan
may well
requires
come back for more.
112.
Or can Girvan ignite himself here? Great find. 219s for Girvan. Great recovery. 1-1.
Nathan Girvan.
When that first dart blocked, he moved across to the 18s, just about found the corner of the bed,
Third leg,
and then the
Jamie to
double
throw
19
first.
hit with true
Game
conviction. Kelling left waiting.
Is that the moment where Nathan Girvan gets to
96.
settle into this game now and start to produce the darts we know that he's capable of?
42.
Just looks very tight tonight, Nathan Girvan. That first dart on the 5 just very jittery at that release point. You could almost see on the hand and the
100.
fingers as he released, all just sort of spread going in the opposite direction to the board.
Well, he mentioned in his pre-match interview he hasn't played as
140.
much as he has done in the past. So when you come back on a stage, when it's been a little while, I know Grant, he played at the Grand Slam in November, can it be a case of
100.
almost beginning to learn the process all over again?
Well, it's also about what that experience is, because yes, he played in the Grand Slam, but it was a very negative experience
97.
playing in the Grand Slam. Sometimes not all experiences are good and actually can cause that little bit of scarring.
100.
He is living every moment here. I was just watching him while Jamie Kelling was throwing there. Kelling hitting the treble with the last dart, and there was almost like a little wince on the face there from Nathan
96.
Girvan, who was he's
Jamie requires
sort of stood there at the moment,
105.
hoping for mistakes.
But the mistakes have been few and far between for JK,
James
and he
Gervin.
is semi-final bound
Jamie
with a
Kelling.
ton-topping checkout. The 105 means he's going to be a part of the Final Four. Kelling leads 2-1,
Fourth leg,
and he
Nathan
has
to throw
punched
first.
his ticket to the
Game on.
semis.
That is 500 plus checkouts we've had already tonight. The 105 from Kelling and the 112 from Girvan
59.
in this game. The previous game, Reece Robinson taking out a ton. Johnny Barnes with a 113. And Kelling a 117 in his opener.
59.
Fine exhibition of finishing here tonight at the Super Series. There's that snatchy, tense release again there from
140.
Nathan Girvan.
Just feels like he's threatening to put spells together, and then a visit will come along that will just dissipate that.
It's a lot done on feeling when you've got a
94.
throw of fluency, when you live on adrenaline like Nathan Girvan does. You need to have that feeling in the release and in the throw. If it's not there, then
60.
you tend to get into battles with yourself. You try and force things. And I don't know many people who, when they really try forcing the issue, they actually get any sort of positive result.
100.
Well, he's on the cusp of leveling this game up at 2-2, but Kelling piles in his first max of the match to put some pressure on him, leaves himself on a finish. Girvan's already taken out a 112. Is he going to add a 108 to the catalogue?
92.
Not on this occasion.
Jamie requires 161.
I think the double attempt was further away than the single. But he will be back. Opportunity to level things up.
65. Nathan requires 16.
It will be at double 8 across the board. Over to the fours.
Game on the fourth leg. Nathan Girvan.
Well, if there's one thing going right for him at the moment, is the finishing stakes. That's 2 from 4 from Nathan Girvan, but
Fifth
right
leg,
now Shane
Jamie
McGuirk will be in the back room cheering on this
on.
man. Hoping that Jamie Kelling can get the job done and give McGuirk some hope. The man who dominated in Group A. Only I like what he's seeing there.
Nathan Girvan's been good on the throw, but against it, it's been a little bit indifferent. But he has to find a break at some point.
140.
Goes toe-to-toe with Kelling after the opening throws of leg 5.
There could be the opportunity here for Girvan to step in, because that means Kelling would need 2 trebles now to get down to a finish, but the same equation for Nathan Girvan, not able to take advantage of that rare miss there from Jamie Kelling.
134.
We saw this in his opening game against Shane McGuirk, where
58.
he managed to go through the
Jamie
gears at the
requires
perfect time. Is he doing so
147?
again in this match? Didn't have to take the 147 out, but he can pile the pressure upon Kelling, upon Girvan, shall I say, here.
97.
Firmly in control of his own throw here, Jamie Kelling doing a textbook leg here, looking at the 5 visits, looking at 15 darts or less, forcing Girvan
99.
into a
Jamie
12.
requires 50.
Only after 12, Girvan a long way back.
Game on the fifth leg. Jamie
And
Kelling.
finds himself a leg away, pins the tots, 14 darter. Shane McGuirk's wishes
Sixth leg.
could
Nathan
well
to
be
throw
coming
first.
true here.
Game on.
Well, that's bounced out so far that it nearly came spitting back into the audience. It's actually, you can see there, right next to where he's throwing, there's a dart and a
21.
point there. The flight came rebounding off the stage.
Well, we could have some problems here. Hopefully he's got a spare set. We have seen this in the past before. Remember Callum Ridds on the Pro Tour who damaged the dart and didn't have any spares. So ended up having to play the rest of the game with just 2 darts. He's sort of picking up as many pieces of his darts as he can at the moment, Nathan Girvan. But it looks like he's able to put together a set. Looks like his darts just exploded.
And unlike the situation on the Pro Tour that you mentioned with
100.
Callum Ridds, is Girvan's still got to play another game after this. He's still got to play Shane McGuirk regardless of the outcome of this match. And when you've got to tinker with equipment, it's going to cause some problems.
Looks like he was prepared though. Looks like he's got everything he needs. And
59.
no harm or damage done here. That's why you should always be stocked up with plenty of spares. And maybe that was just the thing he needed. Just to take his mind away from the performance for just a couple of seconds and give him that little bit of distraction. He's smiling, he's loving it now at the back of the stage.
120.
He's a player that's got to get going, and it may well have been the trick that's making him flow. Ever since that, by the way, he's hit a maximum, he's had a ton, and now he's assessing his options. He's in command of this 6th leg.
Just took the sting out of things for him, hasn't it, really? He's took the nerves, that angst, just for a few moments, but Jamie Kelling can soon inject that back into this game for him.
140. Nathan requires 100.
Puts an air of must hit on this ton. Trouble 19. Would have left the double. He's already found it once in this match. Jamie Kelling found a 117 in his previous game. Can he win this one with a 116?
It's a little bit awkward. He's had to shuffle to the right to open it up. He's found it.
98. Nathan requires 60.
Must hit territory for Nathan Girvan. Lovely marker.
But
he couldn't find it. And so Kelling to complete the job, but it would mean that Girvan McGuirk gets a straight shootout.
18.
2 9s. And Kelling breezes through to the semi-finals. 2 wins from 2 means that he is into the final 4 without a worry or a doubt. Girvan and McGuirk will go toe-to-toe in a straight shootout in match 5 to see who the other player through Group 1's going to be. Girvan is going to have a little bit of a tinker with his setup between matches because of a violent bounce out in the final leg. Both players with ton plus checkout. Kelling backing up an 86 in his first game for 92 in the second. He beats Girvan 4-2 coming up after the break. Johnny Barnes and Adrian Gray go toe-to-toe.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jamie Kelling is the first player through to the semi-finals here on finals night, week 1 of Series 7, and the local ace has won through a really good start to the evening from him. Can he go all the way for the second time? We'll find out over the course of the evening, but the action now returns to Group 2, where Johnny Barnes is looking to come back from defeat to Rhys Robinson in his opening match. If he can't do that, he will be out. Robinson would go through, and his opponent in this one, Adrian Gray, would also go through with a game to spare. Gray, the last player to make his first appearance on finals night. This time he has played here before, of course, did reach the semis, and Henry Deacon had a little chat with him.
Adrian, back at the Super Series, back at finals night. How would you assess the last couple of days?
Oh, I was really happy with Thursday's performance. Wasn't too happy with Fridays, but got the job done, so yeah, I'm there, so I get a chance.
Do you almost sometimes have to write that Friday off when you've had such a good Thursday, because you know that you only need a couple of wins to get over the line, and sometimes when you get over the line, sometimes performances don't always follow?
Yeah, it's more, I mean, I just want to forget about that. I mean, there was some particularly good legs, but there was a lot that just wasn't what I wanted. So, just write that off. I'm into the finals night, so it's really just, I've got my lucky chance now.
Is it about just finding that extra little bit of consistency tonight, do you feel?
Yeah, I've been practicing today. It feels like it's back there. So I think yesterday, really, because I did win all 5, it was a bit like, oh, how many can I keep going until I lose? But also wanting to, deep down, I knew that 2 wins was going to be close to being enough, but you sometimes put yourself on edge. So I think that's what affected me yesterday. But like I said, I'm happy to be into the final now.
We've seen you achieve so much in both the steel and soft tip side of the game. Where would a win tonight rank amongst what you've done in the past?
Well, recently that'll go right up the top. It's just what you've done in the past is just something to have. But we want to be playing well forever. We want to win as much as we can and do the best we can.
Well, I wish you all the very best tonight, Adrian. All the very best.
Thank you.
Yeah, Adrian Gray is indeed ready to play here at the MODUS Super Series, and if he wins, he will be through. That's because Johnny Barnes was beaten in his opener to Rhys Robinson in Group 2. Adrian Gray can get off to the perfect start and book his place in the semis with a game to spare. Darlington's Barnes, plenty of support, great debut week, but can it get even better, or will it end up being a grey day, if you know what I mean? I'm sure Henry Deacon and Matt Edgar do.
Yeah, we'll move on from that, shall we? Right, here we go then. Game number 4 of our evening session. Johnny Barnes and Adrian Gray make it to the stage. Adrian, the last player we're yet to see so far this evening. As for Johnny Barnes, well, he has got it all to do. Losing 4-1 to Rhys Robinson in his first game means that he will automatically qualify with a 4-0 victory, but any victory after that mark, he will be awaiting the fate of the final game between Gray and Robinson. It's an easy scenario as far as Adrian Gray is concerned. Winning this one, he is through to the semi-finals. What do we think of this one?
I was a little bit concerned for Johnny Barnes in the first match that he played tonight, completely losing the line. A lot of darts going into the 5s. I think he's got to put that right pretty quick, but we can see already here, spraying the darts around, not keeping them straight. The release is not on point tonight, where Adrian Gray's been practicing virtually all afternoon. He's been on the board, just trying to get really comfortable with his throw, with the action, just trying to find that extra couple of %.
180.
If anything else, and I don't mean this in a patronising way, there is at least a gift of that, no matter what happens for Johnny Barnes at the end of tonight.
60.
I'm sure those at the Navy Club in Darlington were cheering that 180 on loud and proud.
7.
But then again, spraying him around straight away. The last 3 visits for Johnny Barnes, 26, 180, 7. The ultimate
98.
inconsistency.
We've all been there before, haven't we? Gray 116 to take out this
60.
opening leg
Adrian
against the
requires
throw, and he's going to have 6 starts to do
116.
exactly that. The issue with Barnes is it's taken him 5 or 6 visits to get to the checkout zone. That's perfectly laid for him to spring one on top. I was wondering and I was pondering
60.
what the action of Adrian Gray reminds me of, and it reminds me a little bit of Robert Owen's stack attack. The way the darts go in the board at a low angle. Maybe not so much the throw, but the angle of
30.
entry.
Adrian requires 56.
He does have a very flat entry due to the fact of those slim flights, does Adrian Gray. He'll be very happy with what's coming back against him here. Johnny Barnes shakes the head.
54.
But he's ended
Johnny
up
requires
in the madhouse here.
158.
Johnny Barnes has won 1 leg tonight, and that came with a ton plus checkout. He's not going to fire at the 158, but has
Adrian
left himself on
requires
double
2.
12, and Gray is situated in the madhouse. Help or hindrance?
Game's
Perfect
on
guide
the
to sneak
first
one
leg.
below. Adrian Gray breaks in the opening leg, and the massive that have made their way from the Hastings area.
Second leg, Adrian to throw
You could
first.
say that was the Gray
Game
area.
on.
Moving on. Positive start there, though, for Adrian Gray.
60.
The only drama there was caused by himself. Johnny Barnes becoming very well aware here.
45.
He just can't keep the dart straight tonight. It's been a good week of consistency for Johnny Barnes, but you feel like he's just trying to find something more. He's trying to push, trying to force the issue rather than just doing what's been working so well for him so far throughout the week. Maybe that is now where the inexperience of Johnny Barnes, a player who has played maybe the odd county game and 2 years of Super League, maybe that's now starting to show itself.
But do you feel the fact he's been on a stage like this tonight in front of a crowd, do you feel like it could possibly put a fire in his belly to go back again, go back
60.
locally, try and win again, and possibly maybe even, depending on what his situations are, maybe having a look at branching out and maybe looking at the ADC Championship Tour events, or maybe even a bit of the World Seniors maybe as well.
He did confirm to myself and Chris Murphy last night up in the studio at the end of play that he does intend to go and have a go at the seniors events. And if anything, the way he's playing tonight with sort of spraying the darts around a little bit in this early bit, that's probably going to encourage him even more because he's going to want to put this right.
70. Adrian requires 101.
He's a sporty guy with a very competitive background. But this is the strength
61.
of Johnny Barnes.
Johnny requires
Low
106.
ton checkouts. Is it 7 throughout the week, not including tonight's?
39.
Won't on this occasion. Adrian Gray,
requires
chance to
40.
confirm the breaker throw, take control of the game and really put Johnny Barnes, who's already lost a game tonight, 4 legs to 1 to Reece Robinson, on the back foot.
Double 10. If there has been an
30.
Achilles heel, there has been the
Johnny
finishing. That's now
requires
1 from 7
67.
for Adrian Gray in this match. And Barnes, who has been known for his prolific finishing, is going to get a dart at tops to level up.
James on the
Finds a
second
dart
leg.
at tops to level up.
Johnny Barnes.
Sneaks into the bottom left-hand corner, and level we are at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Barnes has only had 3 opportunities at a double throughout the course of the night.
100.
He has taken 2 of them.
Maybe you should just throw out the doubles then.
Maybe he should have played last week instead.
41.
There are actually dartboards out there which don't even have trebles on them. The old Yorkshire board. Very, very small bullseye in the middle
60.
where all the wires just meet together. No 25 section.
Congratulations on giving us an idea for another themed week. Well, might be themed fortnight,
60.
to be fair.
66.
And following that, you could say steal in the last leg. Barnes is just beginning to tiptoe his way back in the match. His average is now to pass out of Adrian Gray for the first time in the match
140.
until that last visit.
The main thing he'll want to see is just keeping those darts straight, and that
60.
is a straight visit there for Johnny Barnes. The thing that'll be concerning him is losing the lie left and right. The first thing you learn as a dart player is that vertical line. Keep them straight.
100.
I was going to say, can ill afford to come up dry? Near one, didn't miss a thing.
127. Adrian requires 160.
And how a game in this format can quickly swing in the blink of an eye. It could swing back. But Gray won't take out the 160.
100.
He'll leave it handy though.
Johnny
He'll leave it very, very
88.
handy. And that losing of the lie eliminates the opportunity of a single to bull. When he wasn't able to
72.
dig himself out of the hole.
Adrian requires
Adrian Gray
20.
again with 3 darts in hand to break the thrower Johnny Barnes. And so that midway point.
Game on the third leg.
How crucial could that be? His support base think it's vital. He accrues the break back. He leads 2-1. The game is back in the
Fourth
palm of his
leg,
hands.
Adrian to throw first. Game on.
I think the support base is living this more than Adrian Gray is right now, and it does get very tricky for the supporters. You can't really affect the game. You're just watching your man and hoping he does it for you.
140.
Some very aggressive, high-speed clapping going on over in that section of the crowd.
41.
But you can tell he's a guy that feasts upon energy.
$80.
That's not the first violent bounce out we've seen this evening.
$81.
Well, Johnny Barnes has corrected the issue with going into the 5s, but the problem is he's now going into the 1s. 41 and 81. And for a player who's been on the professional tour like Adrian Gray, he'll understand
59.
the additional breakdowns, those patterns of 3, those blocks of play that when you're losing that 20 line, as he goes back into the 5s, how it gives you
85.
extra visits because it forces your opponent to come up with 2 treble visits now rather than just the single.
Or maybe it's infectious.
15.
He's riddled with the infection and the disease there if it is one.
Can we check to
11.
see whether there's a fan on in the arena, please? Well, to be fair, there is a fair few in the arena. Amidst all the joviality about it, Barnes shakes his head because he knows that he should have taken real advantage of it. Gray gets us back towards an equilibrium and now moves to the cusp of a 3-1 lead.
85. Adrian requires 67.
To to take a firm grip on this fixture. It is double 16. And Johnny Barnes is in big, big trouble now. He's a leg away from being guaranteed to be eliminated from the tournament.
Fifth leg, Johnny to throw
I think the
first.
concerning thing for Johnny at the moment is he's just not in control of the weight of the dart, the release of the dart.
77.
He's losing the lie quite a bit, and Adrian will be very well aware of the vulnerability that's in front of him.
What I do hope, though, whatever the outcome is for Johnny Barnes, is he looks at the positives of the first 5 days and doesn't
81.
bog himself down too much about what's happened tonight.
He doesn't have to look far to find positivity. The fact that he's even stood on that stage right now is a positive
43.
in itself. He's had a fantastic week here on debut. For somebody as well who's got very little experience in the sport. He should take real stock and real encouragement from this week to know that he can mix it up, get out there on that Seniors Tour. Certainly those Seniors Tour qualifiers
55.
where we could see him gracing some more TV stages in the near future. But right now it's all about Adrian Gray. And if Adrian Gray can get the victory, not only will he be putting himself through to the semi-final, he will also take Rhys
60.
Robinson with him.
Well, if I can give Johnny Barnes some kind of positivity, is at least he's won more games at the Super Series than Glenn Dovant has.
54.
I think you've won more games than Glenn Durrant has, haven't you?
Well, I haven't won any less.
Well, no, Owen Binks has, because he's won a game up on that stage, hasn't he, against Charlie Courstefine. You'll see that on the Super Series channel as bonus content. But big 180 there for Adrian Gray, finding his first of the match.
84.
And now
Adrian
he's got
requires
6 darts, if he
120.
needs them, to put himself in the semi-finals.
Well, this is the perfect way to climb the ladder. Sat perfectly for tops. Barnes nods his head. It's a nod of approval as Adrian Gray makes his way through to the semi-finals. The Gray area are a happy bunch as he makes his way into the final 4. What a debut Johnny Barnes has had. The man from Darlington has enjoyed himself on the very first darts. He'll be back at the Navy Club to try and qualify once again. But Adrian Gray's got more darts to throw, not just in the group stages, but now in the semi-finals. Those the key stats from the match. Gray, an 86.03 average, winning the game with a 120 checkout. He gets the better of Johnny Barnes by 4 legs to 1. He goes through, as does Rhys Robinson. Their game in Game 6 is to see who tops the pile. Coming up after the break, it's an elimination match. It's an affected quarter-final as Nathan Girvan takes on Shane McGuirk.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have an effective knockout contest between that man there, Nathan Girvan of Scotland, and Ireland's Shane McGuirk, who was dominant in Group A earlier this week, but was dominated by Jamie Kelling tonight, as was Girvan himself. And those defeats to the Andover race mean this pair go head-to-head in a straight Super Series shootout to see which one of them will make it through to the semi-finals. The action will be getting underway very, very shortly indeed, and Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar will talk you through it.
Much, Chris. Very jovial now, but the heavy business will get underway very shortly. The first knockout match of not just the night, but of the series is about to get underway. Where would you put your 10 pence on this one?
Well,
Thank you,
the
ladies and gentlemen. First
basis
leg,
of what we've
Nathan
seen
to
so
throw
far,
first.
neither player
Game on.
bringing their A game so far. 82.30 for Shane McGuirk in his defeat. Nathan Girvan 81.13.
180.
I think that would be more concerning though for Shane McGuirk, because Shane McGuirk's one of these players that rely on solid consistency around that 90 mark,
60.
where Girvan has just got those gears where he can hit some incredible numbers. We saw that 113 average that he posted
76.
on Tuesday. And he'll be more than happy settling in with a big maximum visit.
And McGuirk himself
59.
hit 105 and change against Nathan on that same day. It was interesting that Girvan,
134.
Monday to Wednesday, had a big range, but on Thursday and Friday kind of plateaued a little bit. He hit that Rick William height on Tuesday, 130.43, but his highest average in Group B was
Nathan requires
90.53. The
111.
range, though, was only 11 points. He was indicating that he was plateauing to a sort of
79.
level of consistency. Maybe not the level he would have liked, but a level that we know that he can attain to.
130.
Really
Nathan
comfortable
requires 32.
opening leg here for Nathan Girvan.
Game shot on the first
Gets the job
leg.
done in 15 darts.
Nathan Girvan.
Sets his stall out and just sends the warning signs here to Shane McGuirk. Straight
Second leg,
shootout
James
this
to
one
throw
for a
first.
place in
Game
the
on.
semi-final.
$140.
McGuirk, who finished runner-up to Steve West in week 5 of Series 4, as Girvan hits his second max of the match, and for the second leg in succession, kicking off with a 180. McGuirk lost that game against Steve West 4-1. West averaged in excess of a ton, with 30% of the finishing. He's also had semi-finals in Series 3 and Series 5, but failed to make it through to Saturday on his previous appearance. Girvan's previous appearance saw him get to the
60.
semis. He got him in a leg of, well, ending the Luke Littler fairy tale before it had even begun.
That bounce out for McGuirk now means he needs 2 trebles.
81.
If he would have got a single 20, a 100 would have been enough to leave the 161. So Nathan Girvan with a mini opportunity here just to try and get some control on the fixture.
57.
Would have been crying 2 trebles as he got to the board, but that is an untimely slip.
40.
He has opened up the door here for Nathan Girvan to break the throw.
And he was aware of that, Girvan. As he approached the hockey, he heard the score of 40. Just stepped back, just took an extra second, re-evaluated, and what a response from Nathan Girvan, who knew that was the moment to jump in. Darts on demand. And after 12 darts again, just like in the opening leg, has left himself 3 darts at the double. A
Nathan
polished
requires
performance here from
24.
Girvan so far.
Game
It was
on the
punishment
second
of
leg.
the highest order,
Nathan Girvan.
finishing of the highest order. Girvan leads 2-0, averaging 107.36, and it's taken him 28 darts to get to the halfway point. There's 30 points now between the pair in terms of the averages, and McGuirk, who averaged 82.3 in his first match, has really struggled to get going throughout the course of the evening. He has not looked settled at any moment.
There it is again, just that little check from Nathan Girvan when he senses the opportunity, just doesn't rush to the hockey.
45.
On this occasion, it didn't work out for him in terms of the positive outcome of the score. It does show that he is very in tune and engaged in battle mode here with Shane McGuirk.
This is a young man, age 21, who's been on our TV screens for the best part of 6 or 7 years now, since he was about 15, 16. He originally shot to fame when he lost out to Justin van der Houw at the Lakeside. He lost 2 WDFU finals, lost another one to Leighton Bennett, and then last year lost out in the PDC World Youth Finals. He's been in 3 World Youth Finals across 2 codes in his career.
That's going to be a stat he's not going to want to carry around with him. He's going to want to pick up a title somewhere that will completely eradicate that as the achievement that people talk about.
100. Shane requires 152.
Sense he needs something like this just to get him going, and the 152 isn't going to go. And so Girvan comes back, looking at 110 for 3-0, but it's going to be put under pressure. McGuirk is now threatening the break.
That's 55. That leaves 55.
74. Sorry. Shane requires 12.
Sixers to halve the deficit and to crucially get a break back. And McGuirk trudges straight down the hockey, telling his opponent he is broken throw. For Girvan going straight back to the drinks table.
The most important thing for Shane McGuirk now is he's in this game, because so the first couple of legs he was a bystander to the Nathan Girvan show. Now he's in battle, and we're now starting to see a few wayward darts from Girvan. Reminder, this is a straight shootout. The winner goes through, and the loser will be taking the journey back home.
60. 60.
There's always a point in these sort of games where it just gets a little bit edgy and the players start to go a bit dry on the trebles.
92.
Another one of them makes this leg very interesting.
140.
McGuirk with the slenderest of advantages by way of having the darts.
Using them well.
$140.
Leads himself 75. Max here for Girvan, leads him on tops. He isn't going to find the max. So McGuirk, who was 2-0 down, faced 3-0 in the face,
75.
has got an opportunity to square this match back up. He's going to have a dart at tops, which
55.
dips below.
Nathan
This would be a
requires
haymaker blow if
140.
Girvan takes this.
Be massive. Fine effort. He looked at tops there, just coming
100.
underneath.
Shane
He's now got to
requires
just
20.
stand and hope. Nothing he can do to stop Shane McGuirk from levelling this game up.
Game on the
And level we are. It's a
Shane
best of
McGuirk.
3 to see who's going through to the semi-finals. Girvan had led 2-0. He looked comfortable in the
leg,
process.
Nathan to throw first.
But McGuirk
Game
has
on.
battled hard. He's battled back. He's levelled this game up. And has the tide turned once again?
96.
After the first couple of legs, it looked like Girvan was going to run away with it. 28 darts used. Looking in full control, but Girvan says, well, Shane McGuirk says, what should I say? I'm having none of it. I will not just roll over and let you have a pass through to the semi-final. He does, however, need to find a big leg somewhere on the Girvan throw, and he won't have too many opportunities to do it. No time like the present.
McGuirk making inroads, but great thinking from Girvan there. 167 left after 9.
$57. Nathan
It's a case of as you were. Girvan first poke,
167.
167. Isn't going to go, so what can McGuirk do with the 164?
95.
He's left himself in striking range where just a couple of singles would leave him to double. Should Shane McGuirk not take the 164, which he won't do on this occasion. He's got the same equation now. He's got to leave it handy.
58.
He's left
Nathan
a 3-darter.
72.
So big advantage now, Girvan, who will get first poke at the 72.
And it's going to get 2 at double 12. Double 6. Puts his nose in front again. He's a leg away from the semi-finals. McGuirk is going to have to be perfect from here on out.
6th leg. Shane to throw first. Game on.
Shane McGuirk hit the 180 in that leg to really put himself with a break possibility. Then 6 darts went dry on the treble.
135.
He would get one more opportunity to try get the much-needed break of Girvan if he's able to hold his throw here. And it does feel like the sort of game that's going to go all the way and then sort of be decided on that one big moment.
100.
Girvan's been good on throw in this match. The legs that he's held and he's won both in 15. And that maximum could well set him on his way. His 4th maximum of the match.
42.
Mistake. Will it be punished? Will it be fatal?
100.
Girvan certainly sensing the opportunity. He's first to a finish, albeit a biggie on the 161, but it's an opportunity.
Big fine with the second dart. Big fine with the third dart. Leads himself on a 2-darter. And asks the question of Nathan Girvan. He's not going to go through on the 161. And so McGuirk has an opportunity on 84.
46.
It may well just be a dart at the bullseye
84.
to send us the distance. The bullet is the ball that's found, and we go all the way. A game which is twisted and turned on more than one occasion
7th and final
has its
leg.
fitting
Nathan to throw
finale.
first. Game on.
He'll just be thinking first dart in the treble. Take the pressure out the situation, take the sting out the situation.
60.
But he comes up completely dry. You do get that one visit when you've got the throw. But Shane McGuirk, a chance to make a dent on the leg.
How much stock do you take of this? In the last 12 months, Shane McGuirk has a 68% winning record in last leg deciders.
You feel good, don't you, when things like that happen?
100.
But a big last dart there. Big exhale of breath there from Shane McGuirk. They're both feeling this situation. The heart rates will be rising. They'll just be trying to really oxygen-rich that blood. And again, big last dart there, this time for Shane McGuirk.
Troubles are like gold dust. Strays are magnified.
You just feel heavy in this situation. And those starts really signalling that.
60.
The audience absolutely silent, gripped into the emotion. Another one of those.
100.
Just really took control of this, but now he's asking a question, McGuirk. Can you hit 2 trebles to join me on a finish, or is Nathan Girvan going to be guaranteed 6?
Timing. Sheer timing.
Nathan requires 164.
164 for the semi-finals. Doesn't go, and it is a straight. And McGuirk, it may well just be a dart of the ball. It may be the only chance he gets.
Shane requires
Timing again, quality from both players. Both digging deep and finding the big stuff at the right moment. But McGuirk should get a match dart. It's going to be a double 5.
Absolutely incredible! A maximum followed by a 130 out, and by the skin of his teeth, Shane McGuirk is in the semi-finals. He knows the arrow has dodged an almighty bullet there. Nathan Girvan thought he had set himself up for 2 match starts. He never even got one. McGuirk a 4-3 winner with a 92.02 average, 4 from 5 when it came to the finishing, and that 130 checkout, which will send him into the semi-finals. We know Gray and Robinson are going to be there, but we're going to find out who takes top honours when we return.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where the audience have assembled to watch some ace arrow slinging at the Super Series. And we've seen plenty of that, not least in that previous match, the 130 finish from Shane McGuirk to nick it, his third 130 checkout of this week. And the reward for the winner of this final group match will be a meeting with McGuirk in the semi-finals. Rhys Robinson and Adrian Gray going head-to-head to determine who wins Group 2. And in commentary, talking you through the action, it's Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. So this is for the right to be top of the pile. Both Rhys Robinson and Adrian Gray have beaten Johnny Barnes by 4-1 in their opening group matches. The winner will take on Shane McGuirk. The loser
Adrian to throw
will take on Jamie Kelling, and the loser will be straight back on the hockey in no less than 10 minutes' time.
If we're going to take any stock in those opening performances as well, Adrian Gray a visit better than Rhys Robinson in terms of numbers and averages, which most people understand a lot easier.
26.
4 points better there for Adrian Gray than Rhys Robinson, the self-called human highlight reel.
60.
The human highlight reel, who's played more by convention tonight. I think that's one thing we don't actually give Rhys enough credit for, is we do have a bit of fun with him about some of the quirky conventional ways of finishing, but he can turn it on and off like a tap.
He knows when to be sensible, he knows when to be clever, and Adrian Gray knows when to be good. Fills it up. Little finger point there as well. It wasn't quite the full Johnny Clayton's. That was done with a bit of style, wasn't it? That.
And there was almost substance to some style there from Adrian Gray. Leads himself double 12 after 12, and the army that is assembled towards the left of your screen have been very much pleased by this opening leg display. Potential 13 data coming in.
Adrian requires 24.
2 6s. 1-0 Adrian Gray.
First leg, Adrian Gray.
14 data to kickstart.
Second leg, Rhys to throw first. Game
Well,
on.
that for Mr. Must-See was not to watch back.
$57. 60.
If you are Jamie Kelling and you know that you're going to be playing the loser of this game, is there a preference in your mind?
Absolutely not. They've both got different qualities and different key skills and strengths. There's not one of these two players where you think one's weaker than the other.
140.
On the form of tonight, Adrian Gray really has turned it up. So he has been on the board most of the afternoon.
60.
He's a picture of concentration here tonight. He is well and truly up for this fight.
100.
We talk a lot about his pedigree in soft tip, of course we do, but I think people forget about his record in the steel tip side of the game and some of the successes they had. Of course, beat Phil Taylor in the World Grand Prix and a few World Championships. We won't talk about his last World Championship appearance because he got drubbed 3-0 by Paul Nicholson in the first round in 2009, and that's not something to treasure to the collection.
So we are going to talk about it then.
Yes, yes we are. 3 World Championship appearances for Adrian over the course of his career.
Requires 142.
Clatters off the barrel and goes the other side with the second dart. Well, this would be a Robinson special. The champagne
84.
shot.
Rhys requires 132.
Start on the ball. Bull and 25 keep the option open. Treble 19. Would have put him back onto the bullseye, but instead it moves back over now to Adrian Gray, who isn't having to beat too much here. Rhys Robinson a long, long way off the pace.
Adrian Gray must be rubbing his hands right now. 2 10s. 2-0, and he finds the breaking throw as well. This game is right in the palm of his hands. Reece Robinson hasn't got out the starter's gate so far. It has been quite serene passage through to the midway point for Adrian Gray, and he has the darts here to move into a 3-0 lead. As Reece Robinson is trying to put himself in a world of zen. In the minute, he's in a world of pain.
100.
Did open his campaign, Reece Robinson, on Thursday night with an average of 105.47, and you think, here we go again. He's going to turn it on, but actually never then got out the 80s. The only time he did get out the 80s was through the basement when he dropped into the 70s.
Well, you don't think, like a Calvin Harris track, the standard's going to be acceptable in the 80s tonight?
95.
This is really good, though, from Adrian Gray. He knew he had to raise it tonight, despite dominating that Group C campaign. He knew that the level needed to go up to compete on this finals
100.
night, and yes, it has gone up. It's gone significantly up.
$65. Reece requires 157.
Just not been threatening it, has he, so far in this match? And so Gray 120's already taken this out this evening. He actually took this particular finish out to beat Johnny Barnes. Will he go down to go up? It's not a nice lie, the way his darts sit flat in the board.
60. Reece requires
And in a game like
100.
this could be anything from Reece. Treble for double. It's conventional. And it's sank. And Robinson's back in the match. He returns it to throw. Returns it back to 2-1. And on the subject of 2-1, there was a couple of Pompey shirts in there. It was a good 2-1 win for Pompey today against Oxford United. Top of League One, Matthew.
Every single game so far tonight has had a finish of 100 or more. Quality doubling, quality finishing from all the players tonight, putting on a real show.
Reece Robinson's had 2 ton-plus checkouts tonight. Both of them have been a ton on the nose.
60.
Adrian Gray's was a 120. He did that to win the match. Shane McGuirk, a 130. That's the biggest one we've seen so far, and that was a match winner when he converted 310 points in his last 6 darts.
Shane McGuirk enjoying the action. Watching every dart intently, it seems.
100.
There he is.
Beautiful maximum visit on the bottom end of the board. This would be some conversion as well for Reece Robinson. Be slightly better than that incredible conversion we just saw from Shane McGuirk to get the victory over Nathan Girvan and book his place in the semi-final.
Number 19, and that first line, the 25, would have been perfect for the bullseye. That's why he goes back there again. Didn't find the bullseye of his final dart. It hit a second 25. But we spoke about how Reece Robinson could turn it on and off like a tap. Well, he's turning it on at the minute. And Adrian Gray thought he may have had all the time that he so wanted. Could well be pegged back to 2-2 here. Double 16.
47.
It's better here from Reece Robinson. You say turn on like a tap. He was playing like a drain at the beginning of this game. Double 16. Favourite double on the board here for
85.
Adrian Gray, and he misses Old Faithful.
Reece requires 16.
Gives Reece Robinson the chance to hold his throw and level us up.
Game shot on
And
the
level
fourth flag.
we are.
Reece Robinson.
2-2. Robinson takes his time as he struts back down the
Fifth
Orchid.
flag, Adrian to throw first.
He knows the
Game
psychological advantages that winning this game would have going forward.
85.
Statistically, it doesn't make overly sense if you just look at raw numbers and data. 12 points in the averages, but it's the pattern of play because Reece Robinson at the start of the game
100.
couldn't find anything. And that's where that deficit comes in the statistics.
For different reasons, it feels like a carbon copy of the Girvan McGuirk match we've just seen, where Girvan got off to a strong start. McGuirk struggled to get out the gate, and then the game kind of flip-flopped, and then it went through another stage of one player taking the ascendancy and the other one dropping off.
57.
Even Girvan has departed us. McGuirk
100.
just about staying in the race. Also good to see Luke Getty here this evening, a player we've seen on a couple of occasions here at the Super Series.
56.
On to support his good friend Jamie Kelling, both play in the Andover ADC Vault events.
137.
Good spell this one, great. Time followed by 137, leads him on 94 after 12. But what's Robinson going to leave here? He is going to put maximum pressure on. Showman-like stuff from Mr. Massey. Double 8. Doesn't go.
78.
Watch the reaction of this
Reece
goes.
requires 108.
He's kind of looking to blindside him from nowhere here. And a questionable choice
53.
of route there
Adrian
from
requires
Reece Robinson.
16.
A little smirk. But he may not be smiling now.
They thought that was in. Is it the old they think it's all over?
12.
Well, it isn't now.
It could
Reece
be all over,
requires
and it could be in
55.
Robinson's leisure. 2-0 down he was in this match. Tops, we're seeing go 3-2 up and throw for the match.
Game
Tots is sank. And this has been quite the mesmeric turnaround for Reece Robinson. He was 2-0 down, he's now 3-2 up. He's strutting around like he is on the Paris Fashion Week catwalk.
Game on.
Is he going to be modelling the trophy come the end of the night?
60.
Just not coming easy tonight for Reece Robinson. Just when he's in
60.
full flow, he's one of those players that can at times just make the game look ridiculously easy. But just not quite got that rhythm
100.
this evening. You can't do it all the time. Sometimes you got to grind out the results, and that's something he'd have learnt from his time as a PDC tour card holder.
180.
Does the pendulum swing again, or is Robinson going to shut the door? Shut the door, he does. It's hotting up now, all right.
He's loving this, is Reece. Big beaming smile across the face.
100. Reece
After 9
requires
darts, it's
161.
level scores, which means it's big advantage Reece Robinson because he gets the first poke. There was a little poke of the finger there as well, wasn't there, for Reece Robinson? It getting really embroiled in the enjoyment of the battle up there on the stage.
To save the match, the 161 doesn't go, and so Reece Robinson leaves double 12 after 12 for the
Reece
match.
requires 24.
And to top the group. He was 2-0 down. But he hasn't got the job done. And you can hear the scream in the crowd that is trying to roar this double 12 home, this time for Adrian Gray. Double 6. We go all the way. Adrian Gray hangs in there and he sends us to a decider.
7th and final leg. Adrian to
I think the
throw
lady
first.
in the green enjoyed that
Game
more
on.
than Adrian Gray did.
Well, that'd be a fun interview at the end.
$140.
And this last leg very much in the offing after the first couple of visits. Gray needs to use that advantage of throw to his fullest of credits.
100.
Leads himself first to a finish. Robertson here. Needs to be careful. Gray will get
92.
first poke. He's going to get
Adrian
6 for the
requires
match.
170.
Remember, Robertson mismatched darts in the last leg. Gray has drifted into the 5s. We saw a couple of problems with that in his first game against Johnny Barnes.
What a last start, though, there to save the situation. Reece Robinson would have been getting excited behind him.
100.
But we've seen him take this
Adrian
120.
requires
We've seen
100.
tops. We've seen the double ball, but it's first poke to Adrian Gray, who needs a treble 19 to save the situation. What will Reece Robinson do? I'm calling it now.
26.
I think he goes 3 tops.
Reece requires 120.
He's licking his lips.
Bull! Oh, he tried it again. He tried it again for the match. It doesn't go.
62.
And so Gray to win the
Adrian
group
requires
74.
74.
Match start at tops. Doesn't go, and so Robinson gets another opportunity.
He's already missed 3 darts for the match. He should be getting 2 more at the double of choice.
And tops is found, and it is Reece Robinson who is top of Group 2. He gets the better of Adrian Gray in a last leg decider. He has a bit of banter with the fans that have made their way from Hastings. He is Mr. Must-See. He is the highlight reel, and he is semi-final bound. I think the pair enjoyed that particular battle, and why not? Adrian Gray goes over to his support base to regroup ahead of a battle against Jamie Kelling in around about 10 minutes' time. As far as Reece Robinson is concerned, he is into the semi-finals, and he will fancy his chances of picking up the jackpot tonight. Time for a short break. We'll have some post-match analysis after, before then enjoying all of the semi-final action.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where our semi-finals are set on week 1 of Series 7, and the group stages really have delivered on the first week, haven't they?
Oh, what a night. What a night. I think we need this little break now, not just for ourselves and the players, but also for the crowd as well, because they've been treated to some really good darts and some great stories throughout the night. No more than that Shane McGuirk one. That sort of set the tone for where this is going to go. A massive end to the game, and then a real good fun battle there between Rhys Robinson and Adrian Gray, and Rhys Robinson and the crowd.
Yeah,
Two battles.
Absolutely. And if you have been watching tonight, you want to get here on a Saturday night, just head to dartshop.tv, because you've certainly seen this evening that something to do for free. This is really, well, I was going to say worth the money, but it doesn't cost anything.
What can you get for free these days? And with that, there's been some quality darts on there tonight. It's not just something we're saying. It's been a real quality night in terms of the standard, the stories, the battles, the emotions. One thing I'm really enjoying about tonight is seeing the emotion come out of the players. Sometimes we can get players that try and subdue it a little bit, try and keep everything in, where I like to see what it means to the players. It makes you so much more invested when you can see what it means to them. And we really are seeing the players put it all on the line. They know what's up for stake here, a place in Champions Week, and it's getting closer. Semi-finals now, just 2 more games to go. They can tick them off.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll recap what's happened so far, while the people in here are making sure they get their snapshots of the night. But yeah, Jamie Kelling, a 4-1 winner against Shane McGuirk in the opening match. He then goes and wins 4-2 against Nathan Girvan. And his, 3-day stay here, he had a bit of a mess, didn't he, in the middle of Thursday. But since then, he's been fantastic.
For me, he's probably been the star performer of the night so far, Jamie Kelling, in terms of that stayed out the way of the drama. We've enjoyed the drama, we like watching it, but as a player you don't want to be involved in it, you want it to be done quite easily. And Jamie Kelling has made it quite easy work tonight, despite the fact he played 2 real big hitters in his group. And he's just looked so calm, so composed. Again, he's showing us what it means to him. He's been a real entertaining watch. The danger though for Jamie Kelling is the fact that he's had such a long wait now. His games was early in the evening. He's had a lot of time now in that back room, plenty of time for him to cool off, which is kind of the danger, because now he's got to try and manage that time. Does he jump on a practice board and just try and tick over? The problem then is you can start creeping in a little bit of lazy habits. The adrenaline would now be gone. He's got to rely on pure quality from here.
Having said that, we did see him on that Thursday that I mentioned. He won his first match with a brilliant performance, then did have a real dip, but was able to recapture that later in the day. In fact, from the end of Thursday to now, he's now on an 8-match winning streak.
And that's fantastic, isn't it? And he's looked good stock and good value for that. Sometimes you can go on a bit of a winning run where just things sort of break down for you a little bit. You get a few opportunities and you take the most of those. Not Jamie Kelling. He came here with a plan. He said, I've got to go through the card. He did. And he's come here tonight and he's just raised the levels. That's probably the only player in the field tonight, maybe other than Adrian Gray, who has come here and really stepped up from what they've shown already.
Well, let's talk a little bit about him then. Adrian Gray was a semi-finalist last time he was here, determined to go 1 better. Have you seen enough to suggest that he could go at least 1 better tonight?
I've seen enough to suggest he could win this. He's very experienced. He's got a lot of quality. He's been on the PDC Pro Tour for a while. He's done well on the PDC Pro Tour, qualifying for those big major events. Had a good chat with him this afternoon, and he knew what he did wrong. He knew where the weaknesses lied, and that came in what is normally his strength, the double 16. An area of the board he absolutely loves. It wasn't going right for him, and I've kept an eye on that a little bit today, and it seems to be going a bit better for him. He's been on the practice board all day, literally all day, just having half hours sitting down, and he's up for this. You can see, and the good thing for him is he's not here on his own. He's got people, vocal, cheering him on, something to feed off of, which I think really does help his game.
Yeah, not far for them to come. A bit further for Shane McGuirk's fans, family, friends, but he has brought some people with him, and I think he needed that tonight, because after that first result, he really had to bail himself out, but we saw him, hit a brilliant 130, a fantastic finish, and it's the 3rd one he's hit this week as well.
Off the back of a 180 as well, and in a leg that he had to do it was a deciding leg. He was in a bit of trouble with Nathan Girvan, sat on a 2-dart possibility. You're thinking at that point, just give me a dart at the ball. He got an even better thing, the double 5, a bigger target. But 6 darts prior to that, he was probably thinking it was job done and he was going to be eliminated. But he dug deep, and what a reaction. really did get to see what it meant to Shane McGuirk. He's on an upward trajectory in his career. When he first came here to the Super Series, you wouldn't have imagined he's going to develop into what he has now. So what's the next 12 months do? What's the next 18 months do? He is a guy to put on the notepad and just keep an eye on over the next sort of year or so.
Yeah, that's for the players that have gone out. Johnny Barnes, it didn't really work for him tonight, did it?
Absolutely not, no. I actually feel a bit sorry in a way for Johnny Barnes. He's someone I've really enjoyed watching this week. I was kind of willing him on at times tonight, but just had nothing in the weight of the dart. I think he hit probably as many 5s and 1s as he did 20s tonight. He just completely lost the lie. He'll be frustrated with that, but in the same aspect, if he'd have came here tonight, won it, would he really have got that fire in the belly? Would he have questioned anything? It probably just came a bit too easy for him should that happen. Instead, he gets to go back, goes back frustrated, and because he's that sort of sporting character, we know he's played international cricket, he's going to go back and he won't go, I had a good week. He's going to go back and go, I don't like the way that ended. I want to have another go. So I won't be surprised to see him get back on that ADC tour. We know from the conversation last night, he's looking at potential seniors tour as well. So I think this is going to actually light a fire in the belly of him. Despite the fact he's 55, I think that could possibly be a good thing for him that it's gone the way it has.
And kind of the opposite for Nathan Girvan. He's almost like the 5th semi-finalist, isn't he? But we can't have 5 in them. He must be a bit disappointed.
He will be. He was so close. And on, you replay that situation another 10 times, Nathan Girvan probably wins all 10. It's just one of those sort of freak situations that happened to him there where Shane McGuirk hit the 180 and the 130 finish. It's a massive conversion. But fair play to Shane McGuirk. Nathan Girvan, he's had a good week. He's not had the form of 2022, but he's starting to find it. He had a quarter-final on the development tour coming here, getting through to finals night. So there's positives to build on should he choose to look at it that way.
The semi-final lineup, though, Kelling v Gray in the first one, McGuirk, Robinson, is 4 really different characters, isn't it? This is going to be really interesting.
And that's why the night's been so entertaining so far, and it will continue to be. It's a really gripping night of action, and again, I still don't think we've got a favourite here because everyone's shown different qualities at different times and in different ways and different methods. So bring it on, I say.
Yeah, and who are you thinking now? Does it change from the start of the evening?
Well, it's got to because I think I went Girvan and Girvan's already out, so I'd have to take another pick. But I'd like to see more from Reece Robinson. I don't think he's been up there tonight in terms of the standard, and I think he's looked a little bit vulnerable at times. Jamie Kelling, maybe Jamie Kelling's the guy to keep an eye on tonight from this point.
Yeah, and just speaking of Reece Robinson as well, I mean, you mentioned it a little bit before. You look out at the audience here, they've all been engaged in the action. He's been engaging them, hasn't he? So that's been fantastic to involve them. He gets it, doesn't he?
He does. He absolutely does. And he's a player that's played on stages before, such as the UK Open. He's been in that event many times. So he gets this sort of environment, and it's been really good in the way it's been done because the audience have been very respectful to him when he's playing his darts and then engaging at the right times. They've not tried to be the star of the show, they're joining in with it. And I think that's one of the criticisms at times that we get with modern day darts, where sometimes the audience try and be the star of the show instead of engaging and interacting the way it has tonight. And it's a great watch to see it done this way.
First semi-final as well, we've got Gray and Kelling going head-to-head. They've both got a big entourage with them as well. It's going to be the old days of Eric Bristow, Bobby George, isn't it, down there?
And Adrian Gray's, they're very vocal, aren't they? They're getting into it, and Adrian's giving them plenty to go with. You can bring 1,000 people with you, but if you don't do anything, if you don't give them something to cheer, you say in football all the time, don't you? Silence the crowd, keep them quiet. That's what Kelling's got to do here. Try and keep them quiet, because if Adrian Gray gets going, they're going to start picking up the noise and the decibels, and then we could have a very similar situation to what we had in that last game with Reece Robinson.
One man we can't keep quiet is Henry Deacon. He's waiting for you, Matt, so I'll let you go. And we are going to get the semi-finals underway.
But the mistakes have been few and far between for JK, and he is semi-final bound with a ton-topping checkout. Sat perfectly for tops. Barnes nods his head. It's a nod of approval as Adrian Gray makes his way through to the semi-finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come to our first semi-final. Please welcome our players to the stage, Jamie Kelling and Adrian Gray.
Here we go then, the opening semi-final of the first week of action in Series 7, and two players who've got plenty of support in the audience. Will it be Kelling? Will it be Gray? Who will reach the big final and get the chance to be the first player through to Champions Week in Series 7? A record £25,000 up for grabs there, and guiding you through the action, it's back to our commentary team. Matthew Edgar has joined Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. The atmosphere has gone up a notch as the stakes get ever higher. Adrian Gray and Jamie Kelling have brought an army to Portsmouth this evening. This is going to be lively. This is going to be ferocious. And for one, they will step one step beyond into the final. It was the semis where Adrian Gray was undone on his previous appearance. Jamie Kelling has previously won a week, but hasn't done so since Series 2. And if you look at both players this evening, in terms of the scoring stakes, there's not much between them.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the night,
first
Jamie
leg,
Kelling,
Jamie
89.5 average.
Game on.
Adrian Gray, 88.65. But maybe a key component into this is the finishing stats, where over the course of the evening, Jamie Kelling has been 8 from 18 on the doubles, 44.4%. Adrian Gray, 7 from 23, 30%. Simply put, he's going to have to improve upon that if he is to beat Kelling here, you feel.
60.
He's a man who understands the game very well, Adrian Gray. Very well travelled, a worldwide dart player. And he'll know what he needs to do to live with Jamie Kelling. And these incredible 180s that he just continues to hit. This has been one of the best performances on 180s I've seen for a weekly campaign here for Jamie Kelling.
140.
Feels like we've seen a different Jamie Kelling this week. Almost a Jamie Kelling that's come out of his shell somewhat and has realised what we've all realised again. And he's on here for a potential 11 dart leg to start.
60. Just one second, Jamie. Jamie's last score was 145.
Last score was 145, and so that'll mean that Kelling now has the opportunity for a 10 dart
Jamie
leg to start.
36.
If he can pin double 18. Across for double 14. In the double 14. And Kelling takes the opening leg with the 12th dart thrown in it. And so Kelling up and running. He leads 1-0. And this is the kind of standard that we've come to expect from him, particularly since yesterday.
Well, this is where experience may come into play here for Adrian Gray, because this is something that wouldn't have been new to Adrian Gray, where for Jamie Kelling, he's probably not been in this situation before. He's come out, he's hit the ground running, he's done his job, he's come up, he's throwing well, and then all of a sudden we've got this little pause and this little delay. But for Adrian Gray, I can tell you now, he would have been in this situation before.
You know, I certainly would. Apologies just for the slight stoppage in play. There's just one or two issues that we're just going to deal with at the end of the first leg. Jamie Kelling leads by a leg tail. So it gives us an opportunity to talk about the night as a whole. We didn't quite know what to expect going into this evening, but everybody so far this evening, maybe with the exception of Johnny Barnes, it was a big occasion for him, had produced something sizable tonight.
I don't think anything here, what we've seen so far, is unexpected in the slightest. At no point did I expect anyone was going to run away with tonight. If anything, Jamie Kelling has actually been probably the most impressive player
Second leg, Adrian
out of all the players
first.
here
Game
tonight.
on.
But can he just get that focus back after a little bit of a delay there?
Apologies for that slight stoppage in play. Back underway we are. I mean, you've played in this competition in both guises, and Jamie has as well. So maybe he'd be the one that'd be most adept to the stoppages in play, which occasionally happen.
Yeah, really impressed with that there for Jamie Kelling. There was a big question mark handling over how he'd handle that situation, because it is a slightly out of the norm, and when you've got that adrenaline going through the body and you've done all the work to sort of prepare for certain times and expectations, when something out of the ordinary happens, can just throw you off a little bit.
60.
So the bigger detriment of the player who was in the flow at that moment, as Jamie inevitably was, he had left double 18 for a 10-dart leg.
93.
But credit to Adrian Gray for the way that he's come back. It was almost like a NFL-style tactical timeout where you throw the yellow flag in the air and ask for a couple of seconds to yourself to regroup.
He did get hit very, very hard there from Jamie Kelling, who was on for a 10-dart leg, and he's straight back in the red again.
Now the question is it dangling and holding something?
145.
The question is yes. It just about touched the 25, and so it's a scoring dart. All the point has to do is penetrate, and it counts as a scoring dart. And indeed it did in that case. That's not going to count, though.
Adrian Gray will be wondering what on earth's gone on here.
Jamie
the dart catch by the flight, resting against the fascia of the board. Counts the 25 points. Then the next shot, he has a bounce out himself and gets 0 from the dart. He'll just be thinking the gods are working against him right now.
45.
You sense he's going to have to find a finish on the gods here. Kelly threatening the break, unless he can find a 156 here. It was unlikely, and it is now impossible, and so Kelling comes back for a 2-0 lead.
40.
Another one on the floor there for Adrian Gray.
Jamie
when it's not your day
48.
and things are going against you, it always seems to come in threes.
28.
He's got a chance here. He's got an
Adrian
opportunity.
requires 116.
Just needs the one treble to get a poke at a double here and get an unexpected leg on the board.
Well, every game has seen a ton-topping finish so far tonight, but the 116 isn't going to go, and so Kelling comes back. He composes himself in the background. He's got 3 in his hand at double
60.
10.
Jamie requires 20.
To hold all the aces in this semi-final. It's a nice lie. 2 great lies. But with none could he find the target. And Gray comes back. He's got an opportunity to level up, and his support base behind him know all about it.
Thank you.
Double 4. There was just a slight murmur in the crowd. Well, it's been some conspicuous leg as far as Adrian Gray is concerned.
52.
He's had opportunities to win it, but he couldn't find the double 4.
20.
Kelling comes back. Kelling strikes again. He breaks the throw. He leads 2-0. Almost a hand of apology. A raise of the eyebrow.
While the players are on the hockey, please. Thank you.
Referee A.D. Mason.
Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Enforcing order amongst the crowd. It's such a small auditorium here, the Live Lounge. It houses about 100 people or so, and so you're in that situation
85.
where that one voice, that one whisper can carry such weight.
$55.
Kelly must be thinking, I've got my man here.
Well, Adrian Gray not really shown up to the same level that he has done. He's shaking his head as he approaches the hockey. He'll be feeling something's just a little off at the moment.
100.
Even when he gets a successful dart, it's like, where have you been? The disappointment of missing turns into frustration very, very quickly.
85.
Jamie Kelling has got to try and see all the signs and pounce on the opportunity.
85.
Feels like this game has just gone a little bit flat, and Jamie Kelling won't mind that one little bit. Feel like the game was boarding up towards the latter end of the last leg before.
Jamie requires
a couple of darts of Adrian Gray. 1-4-5, 6 from here for Kelling for a 3-0 lead. Couldn't find the treble 15, which would have left him on tops. But what he is going to do is leave himself on double 8 upon his return.
It's a one-man game at the minute.
59.
And that man is Jamie Kelling.
16. Game's on
The Jamie Kelling show rolls on.
Kelling.
He's a leg away from a final. A leg away from being a game away from getting another crack at Champions Week.
Game on.
He's looking absolutely in control of himself right now.
He even has time for a little bit of a smile to the support base, which is to the right of the crowd. It feels like the cup final at Wembley, where half of the crowd are one side and the other half of the crowd are the other side.
43.
One half rooting one person, the other half rooting another.
But unlike a cup final at Wembley, he can't just take the ball and stand in the corner for 5 minutes. He has to keep attacking. He has to find one more leg. And Adrian Gray is starting to offer some resistance.
100.
Is there a counter press, a counter argument, counter attack? This ain't over just yet, folks.
180.
Well, if we go back into the week, we'll remember that Adrian Gray was actually 3-0 down in one of his games in the Group C campaign and turned it around. So we know he's capable, and he will have positive memories and vibes. Just a couple of days ago, knows it's 49. In the locker.
140.
But that 140 just keeps Adrian honest. Forces the double 16 to go. It does go. 13 darter. But now Jamie Kelling throws for a place in the final, a place he's been before, a place where he's tasted success before, and he is 501 points away on throw from returning to the big match.
80.
And a time for a bounce out there that will offer encouragement to Adrian Gray. 59. Not able to find a big treble, so still advantage Kelling. But these darts just not hitting 41. The board with the same authority there was earlier, going in a little bit softer. Trying to just make sure of it, trying to place them in the board rather than throwing and propelling 96. The dart.
That's a big visit from Jamie Kelling, because Adrian Gray would have just begun to have sensed a bit of blood.
41.
Is that the beginning of the end, potentially?
$60.
Jamie Kelling certainly thought so. Bit of frustration that he wasn't able to find a big treble 20. But regardless of what 65. Adrian Gray does from here, Jamie Kelling will have 6 darts to convert the 180. These are the sort of practice games that a lot of the players play. These sort of, can I take this in 6? Can I take this in 9?
55.
It might need to be 9.
He has not made the running he would have liked with that turn.
83.
But astray with the last
Jamie
means it's
requires
157 if he comes back.
125.
Kelling for the match. Is not going to go, and so this to save it in some
85.
style, and Kelling's left on
Adrian
top.
requires 157.
Doesn't go. And so Jamie
45.
Kelling to
Jamie
return
requires
to the
40.
jackpot match. Double 10.
Adrian Gray couldn't look, his head was down. He was just hoping not to hear the call of Adi Mason saying game shot, but it was game shot for Jamie Kelling, who takes a 4-1 victory over Adrian Gray and books his place in the final. He is a game away from returning to Champions Night. For Adrian Gray, it's been a good week. He came through a dominant performance in Group C, but that is the end of the road for him. Who will Jamie Kelling be taking on in our final game? We'll find out next when Rhys Robinson takes on Shane McGuirk.
Welcome back to a fabulous night that's been had here at the Live Lounge for the MODUS Super Series Week 1 finals night, the first finals night of Series 7. And Jamie Kelling is one match away from being the first player through to Champions Week. The second semi-final is about to get underway, and two players that have been absolutely breathtaking to watch this week, Shane McGuirk and Rhys Robinson, are about to go head-to-head. Prepare to be entertained.
And tops is found, and it is Rhys Robinson who is top of Group 2. Absolutely incredible!
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our second semi-final. Please welcome our players to the stage, Reese Robinson and Shane McGuirk.
Yeah, two fantastic players about to go blow for blow here at the Super Series. Shane McGuirk, who was the dominant force in Group A, but had to dig himself out of a hole this evening after losing his opening match, and the real mercurial talent that is Reese Robinson, who will do some magnificent things on the dartboard and will say some magnificent things off it. And hoping to do the latter, Henry Deacon and Matthew Egger, our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Chris. And this is almost a battle between two players who feel like they should have done a little bit more in terms of career titles. Reese Robinson, the 31-year-old from Hull, well, they've been talking about him ever since he was young. He takes on the 28-year-old Shane McGuirk from Monaghan in the Republic of Ireland, former Development Tour event winner, won a breakthrough WDF event by picking up the Irish Open in 2023. But both players will feel like their career resume should be perhaps a little bit more than that.
Well, it might be. They may be adding MODUS Super Series Week 1 winner to the resume. Just 2 games to go for these players who will be taking on Jamie Kelling in that final.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
Reese Robinson hasn't found that explosive nature so far yet tonight, but he's done enough to get to this stage, and
81.
He'll know what's in the locker, he'll know what he's capable of, he'll just be hoping that it comes out at some point in the very near future. Shane McGuirk
41.
Certainly did give us that explosive nature when he beat Nathan Girvan in a last leg decider. Nathan Girvan sat on a 2-darter. Shane McGuirk taking out a 130 to back up the 180 setup, a conversion of 310 points in just 6 darts.
Just to mark up what they've done so far this evening from a statistical viewpoint, for the night, Reese Robinson has averaged 84.2, has hit 8 out of 21 attempts at double. That equates to 38.1%. McGuirk's nightly average is 87.16. And when he's had an opportunity at a double, he has more often than not taken it. 5 for 9 on the outer ring, 55.5% in that particular department. And so Robinson can't allow McGuirk to pick off opportunity after opportunity.
99.
Otherwise, he could well get his fingers burnt. But he's going to get the first chance in this first leg. But under what pressure?
140. Reese
Well,
requires
Reese likes to incorporate tops at every opportunity. A treble 20 there, I'd have expected to see him go on the tops.
100.
It has been a night of
Shane
the big
requires
tumblers finishes.
128.
We've seen him in virtually all the matches so far. And Shane McGuirk had another one too, the Roll of Honour. Not on this occasion. And Reese
56.
comes back for Old
Reese
Faithful.
requires 40.
Tops for the opening leg. And we said
20.
that Shane McGuirk has been prolific when it's come to the finishing,
requires
and he is going to get an
72.
opportunity to break in the opening leg. He's going to get 2. He needs the 2, double 6.
66.
And Robinson returns.
Reese
2
requires
10s is what he
20.
requires.
Grimace there from McGuirk, who knows you don't get too many opportunities at this stage of a tournament. And he's going to get no more in this leg. I'm not sure what that celebration was, but it was one.
The last time I saw that was when
Second
Daniel
leg,
Sturridge
Shane to
scored
throw
for
first.
Liverpool circa
Game on.
2014. $100. He does bring a brand of entertainment to the game, doesn't he, Reese Robinson? He's one of those players,
60.
look, like him or dislike him, you can't take your eyes off him. I suppose he is what he says on the tin, Mr. Must See.
100. $60.
But McGuirk will only
137.
hang in there. He will stick with the task. He's not going to get perturbed by anything. We saw that in that game against Girvan where Nathan raced into a 2-0 lead in the space of 28
57.
darts, was averaging 107 at midway point, but then clawed his way back into the match. He's got 6 on 164. Does he tempt the bullseye? He does tempt the bullseye! He finds the bullseye! Perfectly arrowed by McGuirk.
Brilliant from McGuirk. Didn't need to go that way, but just wanted to put down a statement to Reece Robinson, who once again is a long way off his standards and off the pace.
60.
One thing you'd associate with Reece Robinson is power scoring, living in that treble 20 bed. And so far tonight, he's setting his tent up a long way from it.
When you play a player like Reece Robinson and you have an opportunity like McGuirk did in the last leg, do you almost want to put them back in their cage?
Well, I actually made a note of that opening leg when Shane McGuirk missed those 2 darts at a double,
81.
thinking maybe Reece Robinson was going to sort of go through the gears a little bit and really limit the opportunities that Shane McGuirk's going to get. But
100.
at the moment, it's all about Shane McGuirk this match.
Averaging in excess of 101, and that average
140.
goes up to 104.38 as left 140 after 9 is threatening the break in the third. And Robinson has got nothing by way of response.
41. Shane requires 140.
How one moment can change a match. It felt like a sucker punch to Reece to a certain extent. Hasn't recovered in this leg at all, and he's left tops after 12.
I don't know if it's a case of he hasn't recovered or a case of he hasn't even started here, Reece Robinson. He's almost disgusted to get the 2 treble 20s there. He takes a look at the board and sees that Shane McGuirk wants tops. He'll be expecting to see himself go behind here. But more opportunities from McGuirk. That's now 5 darts Shane McGuirk's had to break the throw of Reece Robinson.
Tots after the 25, and he was
65.
livid with that first dart. Calmed himself down in the end, but the signs of frustration are very much visible for Reece Robinson.
Game shot on the third leg.
And finally, Shane McGuirk gets the breaker throw. Reece Robinson yet to really get going.
Fourth leg. Shane to throw first. Game on.
Massive gap in the averages here. 22 points in favour of
95.
Shane McGuirk.
$140.
However, we did see in that game against Adrian Gray, it took him a couple of legs to get started for them motoring into life, and he did manage to win 4-3.
55.
And despite an average 6 points inferior that of Gray in the group game. But this is the end game.
61.
This is where points mean nothing. It's straight knockout from here.
$57.
But in this leg, Robinson has taken the darts if he can find a treble with this last.
60.
Feels like a game at a crossroads now.
140.
Every time you just start to ask a question of Shane McGuirk, he delivers. And that is why he picked up that WWF gold-ranked event over in Killarney. Picked up 2 of the 3 championships that weekend. He also had a decent run in the silver-ranked event as well.
60.
Guarantees himself a
Game
place at
requires
Lakeside.
154.
Coming up at the back end of the year, and you've got to say, on the evidence of some of the darts he's been throwing, that is actually going to be a genuine contender for that title.
That on the list then of one to avoid in the first round, Matthew.
There'll be many of those. Really good players out on that
120.
system. I'm
Shane requires
baffled.
64.
There's showmanship and then there's a time and a place. Because now he's got to spurn a dart for tops.
Reese requires 60.
Finds the flatty. Can he find the double?
Game
Well,
shot
no
the
matter
full
what
flag.
the situation,
Reece
he's found the
Robinson.
double. He's riling himself up. He's back to 2-2. He knows he's played nowhere near his best in this game,
flag.
but he
Reece
finds
to
himself
first.
level.
Game on.
Shane McGuirk wanted none of that. Head down. Didn't pay any attention to the situation. And only now does
60.
Shane McGuirk re-engage with the stage. Really good professional approach there from Shane McGuirk.
But in
60.
some certain extent, when something so mad as that happens, can it almost bamboozle you as you go back to the board?
No, you stay out the way of it when they are. You want to be in control of those sort of
91.
moments. And when they're happening against you, just stay out of it. But don't be surprised. And we've seen it from Shane McGuirk before.
60.
If somewhere down the line in this game, he gives a little back.
$140.
And maybe that Maverick moment in some intrinsic way has just been the light to the fuse of the Robinson fire.
140.
Because he may well be turning the screw of the match here.
$49.
He said to me in an interview early on tonight that not even he knows what he's going to be doing at times.
Well, I've been trying to work it out as well, and I'm none the wiser either.
60.
So I think
Reese
we're all in
requires
that
161.
category and bracket. Lives purely in the moment. It's quite the ideal lifestyle, actually, living
87.
purely in that moment.
We're in this moment. Robinson will be feeling good, leaving 74 for a 3-2 lead. But McGuirk, aided and abetted by some of the support that made their way over from Ireland, has left himself on a similar type finish. It's these moments that dictate a darts match. The flatty again, for tops again. Big find, big leg,
Reece Robinson.
and Robinson is up to the task. He's a leg away from returning to the final.
Sixth flag. Shane to
But
throw
McGuirk has
first.
been in this scenario
Game on.
before tonight. He found himself in the doldrums against Nathan Girvan. He was 3-2 down in that match. He fired off 2 legs and fired through to the semis.
42.
He is already battle-hardened this evening.
$60.
Great cover shooting from McGuirk.
134.
Again, every time we just start to Feel concerned for the guy. He then starts to find.
129. $68.
Big last dart. That could be a tournament-saving dart, which we may be talking about in about 10 minutes' time.
96.
Should he be able to turn this game around and set himself up a place in the final alongside Jamie Kelling, who's there already, courtesy of beating Adrian Gray in our first semi-final.
And again, a big final find. It leaves himself on a finish. Robinson should keep better order from here. But remember,
58.
McGuirk has already had a 164 in this match.
161.
Feels a long time ago. Can he find a 161? Couldn't nail the treble 17. And this would be some way to make it through to the final.
158.
It's on. Double 19 for the match.
And Reece Robinson is final bound. What an incredible finish to an incredible game. The man from Hull is a match away from retaining a place in Champions Week. For Shane McGuirk, he won 14 games in Group A, but when it's come to Saturday night, he has had to hang on so many times by the skin of his teeth, but he may have just used one life too many there. For Reece Robinson, who has played on the edge from the very first start, is into the final, a 158 to seal his roots after McGuirk hit a 164 to kick-start the match. Two former weekly champions then will go toe-to-toe in our final. It's Jamie Kelling up against Reece Robinson, and the action will get underway after this short break.
So the final is set. Jamie Kelling, the local hero, against Rhys Robinson, the entertainer, who's been really pumped up at the end of that semi-final there. Is he really that annoyed about people supporting their own friends and family?
I think he's annoyed at himself. He's not played well tonight at all, but he's found himself in the final. Now, what it does do, though, is it gives him something to fight against. Gives him something to sort of get into battle with, rather than battling himself, which... If this was sort of the group stages, there's not an audience here, the only place he can direct that really is at himself, and that's when they sort of beat yourself down and you sort of go into that lull. So maybe it's actually worked out quite well for Rhys that there are people here that he can actually direct some of that towards, and he's up for this, but he's going to have to find a level of calm soon, because he's not quite had that flow and that fluency within the action that we're used to. He's not really been that Rhys Robinson that we used to. Since the first game of Group B, he's not really hit those heights.
Well, let's have a look at how both he and Jamie Kelling have made it through to tonight's final. Kelling, very comfortable. He's now on a 9-match winning streak. It's a remarkable performance from him after a bit of a struggle on Thursday. He's been maybe the best player.
Without a doubt. Absolutely, without a doubt. Jamie Kelling has been impressive. There's been even things going on in the games, like we had that little delay in the game that he just brushed off. He came into that game firing, looking at a 10-dart leg. The 180s have continued. He's been one of the best 180 hitters I've ever seen here at the Super Series. If we look at legs to 180 ratios or games to 180 ratios, he's looked so in control of himself. I think he's playing better here and looking like a better player than when he's won a week here before.
And we do have a final where both players have won all of their matches. That's not always the case, so it's just all boiling up nicely. Two really different characters, couldn't get more different characters than those two. And the final it's kind of perfect, isn't it, for the night we've had?
It's going to be an enjoyable final. It's going to be a great watch, that's for sure. But when we look at sort of the nights they've had, we've know Rhys Robinson won that Group B, losing just one game. Was disappointed. He wasn't happy because he didn't play to the level he expects to play his darts. He's not playing to the level he expects to play his darts tonight. If anything, the performance tonight has been worse than what he had in Group B. So what is the mindset now of Rhys Robinson? Is he, I'm in the final, it doesn't really matter, or is he going, I need to raise it? Because that's the danger. If he's seen what Jamie Kelling's done throughout the night, he knows the level he's been playing isn't good enough to beat Jamie Kelling. He needs to find something more, but does he now get into that mindset where he's going to come out here over-aggressive, trying to force something to happen and ultimately go the opposite way?
Robinson did have one big moment, didn't he, right at the end of that semi-final, and maybe that's what he's holding on to, something to carry on into this final.
He knows he can do flashes of brilliance. He knows that's in the locker. He knows he can pull a 180 out from anywhere. What will concern him is the lack of consistency, because what you don't want to do is you don't want to hit a 180 then go 45. We saw that earlier with Johnny Barnes, who went 26, 187. It makes the 180 almost irrelevant. It's a no-hit because you've not done anything either side. You might as well just hit 360s. You're going to be pretty much in the same place. So Rhys Robinson's going to be aware that that consistency factor's not there. But, again, he's experienced, which is very good, and it's a final. So essentially, what's happened tonight doesn't really matter. It's just as he subscribed to that school of thought.
Yeah, a lot has been about him. As for Jamie Kelling, you mentioned the consistency. The audience, will that help him, or is that something that actually seems to be helping Rhys in a way?
I think it's enjoying the games up there. We've seen him play with a smile on his face. That's the difference between the two characters. And Jamie Kelling is literally playing with a big beaming grin. He's enjoying every moment of this. I do stand by the fact I think he's playing better than when he won the week here. And he's always been looking for some justification, something to back that up and say, I deserve to be there. And he's talking like that sort of player now. He spoke at the start of the night about almost being in awe of this event and the history and the CVs of players, where he's becoming a real product of the Super Series in the fact that he doesn't have the name value of some of the players from what they've done in terms of Pro Tours, World Championships, or the major titles that other people have, but he's becoming more of a sort of Super Series household name for different reasons now, and this could just really rubber stamp that.
He spoke about having an inferiority complex as well when he's been here before, and when he won his weekly title, he said, I've kind of proved something to myself. Doesn't look like a man that's lacking confidence. He's gone about his business in a really assured fashion.
Well, he came in here looking up, didn't he? That was by his own admission, he came in looking up to players.
where I think now he realises that this is its own environment, its own world. I use the term worlds collide, where we bring everybody together and put all the best from all the different tours and systems in place. And he realises now that this is a room that he belongs in. This is his level at the moment where he can be. How far he goes beyond this, we don't know. But certainly at this level right now, and the darts he's playing tonight, he's one of the people right at the tip of the tongue when we look at who's going to be the standout star of this year. This 2024, we always unearth somebody throughout a year. Could it be Jamie Kelling?
Can't let this preview for the final pass without showing you that 158 stunner from Reece Robinson. That's a moment of the night, isn't it?
I think he enjoyed it as well, didn't he, Reece Robinson? And it'll be probably his big moment of the night so far. And it was probably nice for him as well, knowing that Shane McGuirk had hit the 164 against him earlier on. For Reece, though, I feel there was a lot of relief in that. Yes, he wants to give it large, he's had the big finish, but I think there was an awful lot of relief. And that comes because it wasn't the great performance again from Reece Robinson, but he got over the line. What he didn't want to do is get into a situation where he comes inside, he's chasing it round the board, and Shane McGuirk's the sort of player, as we know, can just really pounce on those opportunities. So a lot of relief in that celebration rather than just built-up aggression.
Right, let's quickly just give you all an indication of what is coming up next week here at the Super Series. Week 2 gets underway on Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. Don't miss it. And the lineup is very, very tasty indeed. Andy Bolton, the X Factor, joined by the Prince of Wales, Louis Williams, a debut for him. 2 9-darters for Conor Heenan on this stage. Further down the list, Danny Jansen is having a great start to the season on the Challenge and Development Tour. And then some familiar names coming into Groups B and C as well, including Justin Smith and Alex Small, who have both been in finals and in Smith's case, won a week here. That looks like a very, very strong lineup.
It is. It's a really good lineup, that one. Really excited to see Louis Williams here at the Super Series and
Danny Jansen, who's just got a couple of years on the Pro Tour, winning one of those events as well. We know what to expect from Andy Bolton. He's probably the measuring stick next week. When you look at that lineup, you go, right, who's the man who we're sort of used to? Who's the guy who we sort of know how to do it here? And Andy Bolton is that player. And the fact he's in Group A with those other players, we can really get a good read on what they're going to do in this sort of environment.
Yeah, should be a lot of fun, as should the final that we're about to have here. Jamie Kelling taking on Reece Robinson. Reece from up in Hull. Jamie Kelling, local here to Portsmouth. He's from Andover. He's got his crowd in with him. Reece Robinson, we've seen all night, has kind of been feeding off that. But there were a few moments for Reece where yourself and Henry Deacon were saying maybe wrong time, wrong place in terms of some of the shots he goes for.
I haven't got a clue what he was thinking at one point. He wanted 60 points and he went for double 10. He's probably looking at trying to stay away from potentially busting and hitting the treble 20, but why double 10? He ended up throwing the board dart off the board. I don't know what that was about. It was a really confusing moment. He ended up winning the leg, taking out the 60 after all, but it just felt like it was a bit out of context. And well, that's Reece Robinson, isn't it? So
who wins it?
On what we've seen so far, Jamie Kelling wins 4-0, but this ain't about what we've seen so far. We know what Reece Robinson can do. I think it'll get a bit tight and it's going to come down to sort of one of those 92, sort of 89, one of those one dart in hand combination shots.
Or will it be Mr. Composure or will it be Mr. Highlight Reel Reece Robinson? It's time to find out. The final of Week 1 of Series 7 is moments away.
Adrian Gray couldn't look, his head was down.
And Reece Robinson is final bound!
Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the final of MODUS Super Series, Series 7, Week 1. Please welcome our first player to the stage. It's Jamie Kelling. And his opponent, please put your hands together for Reece Robinson.
So here we go then. The best of 7 legs will determine who is the first player through to the Series 7 Champions Week and the first in contention for that record £25,000 first prize. Will it be Reese reigning again here at the Super Series, or will it be joy for Jamie Kelling? We are about to find out, and I will hand you to our commentary team of Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Chris. And for who will 13 be lucky for one? Because the victor of this final will become the 13th player in MODUS Super Series history to have won 2 weeks or more in qualification through to a Champions Week. Reese Robinson did so in week 2 of Series 4, whilst Jamie Kelling did it all the way back in Series 2, winning week 5 of that particular series. He beat Richie Parkin in his final. Reese Robertson beat Chaz Barstow in his final. Barstow, one of those 12 names to have won 2 weeks or more in qualification for the Super Series Champions Week. Who do we think is going to join that exclusive club? You reckon Kelling could win by quite a margin
First
here?
leg,
On the
Jamie
basis
to
of what
throw
we're seeing.
first. Game on.
But this isn't about what we've seen. This is about what we're about to see. Jamie Kelling could be kicking it off the way he's been playing for the week. The big maximum hitter. That is Jamie Kelling.
But is this the type of game where Reese Robertson can instantaneously switch on if somebody didn't enjoy that maximum?
45.
Yeah, this is where Reese Robinson could really come to life. So I say it's about what's in front of us now, not behind, because the other thing that this game brings that the others don't
41.
is just that nerve, that anxiety, because you're so close, but yet you don't want to be in that situation where
140.
it feels so close but so far away.
Just to reiterate, if you have joined us for the first time on a Saturday night, the format has stayed the same. Best of 7 legs for the final, and Kelling has made the early
60.
running on throw. Now, this is the only game of the week where there is a bull-up to decide who throws first in the final. Kelling winning that particular exercise.
60.
Will he win the final? Both players have hit multiple ton plus checkouts this evening. Kelling with a 117 and a 105.
Jamie requires 116.
He's got 6 and 116 to take the lead. He's left this a few times tonight. First start was a block as he had to move across. He couldn't find any room.
60.
But he will come back for a couple of darts at tops to take out the opening leg.
It's the first treble 20 Reese Robinson has hit
83.
since he
Jamie
opened with a
requires
maximum.
56.
That seems to be Reese Robinson's night so far. It's a bit all or nothing.
Game shot
And he's
in the
getting
first
nothing
leg.
from this
Jamie
leg. Jamie
Kelling.
Kelling moves one step closer to being a 2-time weekly winner here at the
Second
Super
leg,
Series.
Reese to throw first. Game on.
Kelling's one of those players where you know if you don't play to your best of your ability, you are going to be succumbed.
58.
And this week he is playing upper level, and perhaps we've seen the last couple of visits here. Both players have got experiences of winning a final. How much could that potentially come into play if it goes tight?
Well, 180.
All or nothing was what I said for Reese Robinson not too long ago, and that's the case again here.
58.
He's literally finding no trebles or all the trebles. It's that consistency. The little bits that gel the shots together.
140.
This time backs it up.
100. Reese requires 123.
He could hardly hit a drain in the first leg, and now he's throwing like champagne. Double 12. And that was as easy as 1, 2, 3 for Reece Robinson. That's another one to add to the highlight wheel. A 12-dart leg. Level we are. What a piece.
Third leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
That's Reece Robinson's 4th ton-plus checkout of the night. In fact, his last 2 legs have been won with ton-plus checkouts.
121.
He won that game against Shane McGuirk with that spectacular 158 finish.
$26.
But Kelling isn't going to be a player that crumbles amidst the show that will roll into town when Reece Robinson steps onto an oche.
$128.
But he's going into the final.
$57.
You don't tend to get too long in the final. It's a very short format, as we know. Best of 7 all the way through. From the first game to the last here at the Super Series. This is a moment for Jamie Kelling because he was just starting to look at the scoreboard, look at the possibility of a breaker throw for Reece Robinson. And a big hit from Kelling.
131. Jamie requires 140.
One big hit is followed by another. And Robinson's going to get a go with a 116.
60. Reece requires 116.
It's been a real strange final so far. Robinson is going to take the 116 out to break. It doesn't look like he's going to make any inroads at all.
23.
And so
Jamie
Kelling
requires 80.
Should get a dart at least at tops at the end of this. Will get a dart at tops. To the right-hand corner he looked at, and to the right-hand corner he found.
Kelling.
Kelling leads 2-1. He's halfway there.
Fourth leg, Reece to throw
I get the
first.
feeling
Game on.
that the closer this game gets to the finishing line, the more testosterone we're going to see up there on the stage.
15.
If I was to ask you right now, how would you sum up Reece Robinson's evening? I don't think you could come up with a coherent answer because it's almost impossible to say.
100.
Because he hit 15 in his previous visit and he could hit a max here.
And does. I think if you draft Reece Robinson, he'd say disappointing. Even if he is to win the title, I think he'll say he's been disappointed with how the evening's gone. Because he is, by his own words, a perfectionist. He expects high levels and high standards of himself. He is not producing them consistently here tonight, but he is in a final. He is 3 legs away from the title. And we know he can reel off 3 legs in a matter of minutes.
You saw a similar spurt earlier on against Adrian Gray.
95.
When he looked completely in the doldrums in that game. Maximum for Robinson.
180.
In this leg, he's hit 15, 180, 96, 180. If you could make it up, they'll probably lock you up.
100. Reece requires
Was on for a 13
30.
darter here. This is a much, much better leg from Reece Robinson.
26.
But even now,
Jamie
a
requires
leg that's had
106.
2 maximum visits in it of the 2 180s. Still gets embroiled in a bit of drama, but Jamie Kelling makes life a little bit easier here for
7.
Reece Robinson and ends up
Reece
leaving himself in a
requires
bit of a
4.
mess.
Game shot on the
A mess
fourth
which he
leg.
won't be able to get
Reece
himself out of
Robinson.
because Robinson levels at 2-2. It's a best of 3 now for the first place through to Series
leg,
7's
Jamie to throw
Champions
first.
Week.
Game on.
Reece needs to find the breaker throw, though. This is the sort of leg where he'll be
21.
hoping to find one of those big maximum visits and then big invitation, a big mistake there from Jamie Kelling.
58.
Is Kelling beginning to hit the wall at the worst possible time?
There is always a nervy moment in a game where you get like a 6-9 dart exchange where you just wait for someone to find a big visit.
97.
This could be that point. But that is beautiful. A perfect dart for Jamie Kelling to build on. He's been doing it all week.
40.
A little deflection there costing him the maximum visit, but puts him back in the leg.
93.
This leg almost has the feel of a last leg shootout to it.
100.
Those first two was the perfect guide for the last one to smack into the treble bed. Robertson needs a couple, you feel.
Sometimes you watch players on the stage in a final and you go, these are just two players really enjoying this, but you don't get that sense here. You get the sense that there's just a bit edgy up there, a little bit wanting it
60.
to be over with. Just lift that trophy up in the air. But an opportunity to present herself again here for Reece Robinson.
59. Jamie requires 122.
Treble 18. Bullseye.
97.
Kelling knows the potential
Reece
significance of
requires
that.
134.
Robinson comes back for 134, which could change the game in the week.
He will not be getting an opportunity, and he's doing it again.
68. Jamie requires
Baffling.
25.
It's a final.
A final, which
James
Jamie
on
Kelling
the
is a leg
fifth
away
leg.
from winning.
Jamie Kelling.
He's 501 points away from returning to Champions Week. He has a little look over to the section of the
Sixth
crowd
leg,
in which his
Reece to
support
throw first.
base is
Game on.
watching on.
If I'm Jamie Kelling, I'm watching there thinking I want Reece Robinson to do that all day because he didn't give himself an opportunity to leave a finish.
81.
He could have got himself down to a solo dart finish and applied a bit of pressure there. Instead, Jamie Kelling just watches that and thinks, you're not with it, pal.
60.
By his own admission, Jamie Kelling said that he had an inferior complex after winning this competition for the first time.
122.
He has come back a new man, re-galvanised, new confidence about him, and it could be on course to winning his second title here.
60. $58.
Here's Kelling tiptoeing. That's a
81.
big slip, though, with the last dart there. And so Robinson has got an opportunity to send us to a decider.
60.
140 here will be huge for JK.
$100.
6 from here for Reece Robinson to take this final all the way.
$77.
He's left himself on 103, but he has just left the door open.
$60. Reece requires 103.
To send us to a decider. He's not going to do so. And so Kelling has an opportunity to return to Champions Week.
23.
It's a big ask.
Jamie requires 140.
But is he up to the task?
Not on this occasion. But this is what we were saying in the last leg. Leave it
92.
handy. Knock the score down.
Reece requires 80.
Apply the pressure.
He's gone tops. He's found it with the second dart. He's found it with the third.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Rhys
Maverick
Robinson.
magnificence from Rhys Robinson, and we go all the way.
Seventh and final leg. Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Wow. He just keeps doing it, doesn't he, Rhys Robinson? He's got his ways and his systems. He'd probably been a little bit panicked after that first start, but he really did save the situation there. A little smile across the face of Jamie Kelling.
60.
Jamie Kelling knows in his back pocket he's got the advantage of the throw.
58.
Door opens for Robinson.
Rhys Robinson just trying to take a little bit of the pace out of the game, just trying to bring his heart rate down. Seems to be working very well for him.
100.
His fifth max of the final. And that could be the one that sees him on the cusp of a Champions League return.
40.
I have no idea how we've got to this point, but we have.
140.
Well, Rhys Robinson has just become the big favourite now to get the job done and pick up another one.
133.
As Rhys Robinson
121.
got that aura once again at the MODUS Super Series. He's not going to get a dart at the ball. And is the first week of
57.
Series 7
Jamie
going to be one on the big fish?
170.
Another. Would have left the bullseye for the most incredible way to have won it.
98. Rhys
Robinson was
requires
behind.
64.
Robinson's been chasing all the way up until the finishing line. He's going to get one dart. At double 16. To book his Champions League return. And here's to you, Rhys Robinson, champion of the Super Series. Once again, he beats Jamie Kelling in a classic final by 4 legs to 3. He has been magnificent, he has been maverick, he has been madness, but he is the victor.
It's been a dramatic night for Rhys Robinson. He's not just taken on his opponents, he's taken on the crowd throughout the night. It's been an interesting night for Rhys Robinson, who's not played his best all the way through, but he has done enough to pick up his second weekly title here at the Super Series. We're going to hear from Rhys Robinson in a little while, but before then, let's review the night for Rhys Robinson. It started off with a 4-1 victory in his opening game over Johnny Barnes. He followed that up with a 4-3 success over Adrian Gray. In the semi-finals, he took on not just the crowd, but he took on Shane McGuirk, the winner of Group A. He came through that battle, and then in a last leg decider found a huge 180. Well, he found plenty of 180s. He actually found 5 180s in a 4-3 success over Jamie Kelling. A 1-2-3 finish on the board as well. Your winner of week 1 is Rhys Robinson.
What an incredible final that was. Rhys Robinson, goodness me, as far as evenings are concerned at the Super Series, you've had probably the most magnificent we've ever seen. Just sum it up in your own words.
I can't really speak at the minute, to be honest. I'm a bit shook. I'm shook up.
Can I try and get a couple out of you?
Yeah, sorry, I'm shaky. I'm buzzing, I'm absolutely buzzing. The guys who've played tonight and the fans, absolutely amazing. We've had a good bit of banter all night. I'm buzzing, I'm absolutely buzzing. It's better than my first one. My first one was good, but this feels another one.
You've done it again, and goodness me, right, there's been times tonight where you've been down and out, you've been in the doldrums. First and foremost, I want to talk about the 158.
in the semi-final against Shane McGuirk. That takes real composure, doesn't it, in a moment like that?
I left it on purpose and I thought he's going to miss anyway, so I was always going to take it out. Easy work, boy.
So, if that was easy work, the final was anything but, wasn't it?
I was struggling to hit 320s, to be honest. No, that was one of the hardest games I've ever had to play in my life. I was just trying to hit, please hit 320s, please hit 320s, and he went in. It was all good in the end.
You hit 5 maximums, but there was times where it just felt like you were struggling to put scores together. Was that a concern for yourself? Because it felt like, yes, the good stuff was really good, but the consistency wasn't quite there.
How many maximums was that?
In that final, you hit 5.
Just the 5?
Just the 5.
Everything in between was 41 plus. No. Yeah, I wanted my first dart right. If the first dart was right, maximum. When it's in double 5, no, you can't hit a maximum. So, yeah, I'm happy.
I just want to ask about a couple of ways that you went for some finishes. In the semi-final, I think the final, was it the setup on the 160 we went for double 10? You don't remember, do you?
I do remember, and I don't know why I did it. I hit 2 treble 20s and I thought, imagine if I hit double 10 now and show everyone I can hit double 10. I don't know why I thought that. I don't know, mate.
And then in the final, the 80, that tops after you miss the first one. Again, that takes a lot of courage and conviction to miss the target with the first one and then go again, doesn't it?
I purposely threw the first one out, just knowing that I would hit the second 2. That's why I did it. I thought, imagine the fans when they see me throw one out on purpose and go, bosh, bosh, 2 tops, churrah.
And you're back into Champions Week. This is one of the best interviews I've ever done in my life. You're back into Champions Week once again. Now, you've made a little bit of history because we've had a lot of one-time winners, but not many two-time winners. You're just the 13th to do that. What does that say about yourself? Because you're a player that's got so much talent, so much ability, but maybe at times says the title's not come with the ability and the talent you've got.
Just a very lucky player, to be honest. Lucky. Everybody else has played bad against me, so I've just fluked it right through to Champions Week again. Is he not here? Look. Is he not here, Luke?
I don't know if you heard, he's somewhere else now. He's doing some other bits. He got a world final.
Oh, has he been doing other stuff?
Yeah, you not heard?
Oh, I've not seen him. I don't know where he is.
Well, they're going to be... Well, the one thing that you know for a fact is it's definitely going to be you into Champions League. You're the first name through. We're going to let you lift that trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, he's been entertaining on the hockey. He's been entertaining off the hockey. Your winner is Rhys Robinson.
And so Rhys Robinson lofts the trophy in the air. Matthew Edgar alongside me. Mr. Highlight Reel, and he did produce a few real highlights tonight, didn't he?
5 180s in that final game as well. Absolutely brilliant. But that's a lesson there to Rhys Robinson, and a lesson to anyone watching this as well who feel they need to search for perfection, which Rhys Robinson has. Adrian Gray has all said this week. Rhys Robinson was far from perfect. It was far from the standards he's played over the last 12 months, far from anything we've seen of him here, but he still won. And hopefully he'll take what's happened this week and evolve his game and learn that it doesn't have to be 100 plus averages every game to win. Sometimes you can just grind things out, do the right things at the right times, and you can win with 80 averages at times, in those mid-80 averages, because it's still that 6th visit to the board, as long as you're doing things at the right moment. A good learning curve there for Rhys, and I think that trophy is going to symbolise that.
And for the first half of that final, it didn't look like it would be a final that he would win.
All night. It's never looked like a final he could win. It's looked like Jamie Kelling's night all night through. It was a very, very slow sort of start to the evening. He never really found his best, but 5 180s in a final. And the big thing was the timing of it. When you're against the darts in that last leg shootout, that's when you need one of those 180s, and he found it.
Yeah, good to see Adrian Gray there, just giving Rhys a little bit of support behind us. Look, for the other players in the field, they've all played their part in what's been a really enjoyable and entertaining evening's hours.
Entertaining week. It's been a fabulous week, full of stories. You know, it's not been hard to find the real talking points. We've had records nearly broken. We've had every group, we've looked at records or stats where we go, we could see something we've never seen here before. And then we came to tonight, The crowd involvement's been fantastic because I think we've had people here supporting their players. They've stayed to the very end. They've been really sort of involved in the action tonight, mostly because of Reece Robinson involving everybody in the action. I'm sure they're going to stay around to congratulate him at the end as well. But real good night. We really got to see what it meant to the players. We saw some great darts. This has been one of the most enjoyable finals nights I think I've been a part of.
It's a great point because they all came to support somebody else, didn't they? But couldn't help just being sort of captivated by what Reece Robinson was doing.
Well done to the players. You know, because normally what we have is people come to support their player. When their player's out, they sort of go off and go do other things. They go grab a Chinese or whatever they go and do after they've been to the darts. But they were so embroiled tonight. They got so engrossed with just the entertainment factor of what was going on the stage that they wanted to see how the night evolved and who came out on top. So real good credit to the players. Real good watch tonight. Very enjoyable.
And we saw that brilliant 158 from Reece to win the semi-final, but that 64 to win the final, every bit as big in many ways.
Bigger. You know, sometimes it's not about the numbers that you take out, it's more about the context around the situation. And Jamie Kelling was coming back at him. He was getting himself into a position where he could go on and win that match. Reece Robinson doesn't want to get drawn into drama. You don't. You just want it done. You start counting the misses. Then you start thinking, is the opportunity going by? So it was good that he didn't get drawn into that drama.
Yeah, we could see what it meant to him there as well. And for the first time, really, we just saw him step back before throwing for a double. Jamie Kelling, I called Mr. Composure before that final, but Reece just kept his there at the crucial time.
A man who had no composure at times tonight. Henry questioned him on the double 10 choice and he didn't really have an answer that was logical to it, and I'm sure he'll look back at that and think, what on earth? And the tops as well, to pull it to that deciding point. He missed the board with the first one. That's when the pressure really kicks in, because had he just come inside at big 20, could have gone 20 and gone for tops. He had to be Mr. Perfect. I've given him another one, haven't I?
Absolutely. And he's also Mr. Champions Week because he's there for the second time. And he actually treated this event, and it's the first time I think we've ever heard a player say this, as a qualifying event for Champions Week, not as a standalone tournament. What do you think about that approach?
I like it. I really like it because he almost dismissed the group and the week. And you do sometimes when you're playing at a level that you sort of expect to win, and the winning doesn't become part of the thought pattern, it's how you do it. There'll be players that sort of play pro tours, and then when they drop to sort of like the county system, it's almost just like, what can I average? Can I get man of the match? They don't think about winning because they expect to win. And Reece Robinson did that here. In this sort of lineup, fair play to him, and he's come out on top.
It certainly has. Thank you for being with us this week, Matt, and hopefully you will be with us next week to see who will join Reece at Champions Week. The action gets underway with the X Factor Andy Bolton, the mullet Danny Jansen, and the man who hit 2-9 darters on this stage, Conor Heenan, all in Group A, 9:30 on Monday morning. But for tonight here at the Super Series, Reece Robinson reigns again.
Yeah, good night.
Yeah.